Welcome to the 5th Annual UVM Global Family Enterprise Case Competition. I request silence from the observers. Please turn off your cell phone now. At this time, I would like to ask the judges to introduce themselves by saying their name and affiliation. May I please request the lead judge to start the introduction?
Thank you. I'm Judy Green. I'm the president of the Family Firm Institute. We're located in Boston with 1,800 members in 80 countries.
Hi, I'm Robin Tauk. I'm an owner and former co-president and CEO of Tauk Inc. We're a 92-year family business in high-end travel. We operate in about 85 countries.
Hi, I'm Tom Waring, CEO of Family and Business Directions from Buffalo, New York.
My name is Matthias Nordqvist. I'm a professor and director of a research center on family business at Jönköping University in Sweden, and I'm also an advisor to family businesses.
Adam Ifshin, I'm the CEO of DLC Management in Tarrytown, New York.
Hi, this is Tejas, CEO of CFECC Fire Services Limited, India.
Thank you. I'd now like to introduce the team from Syracuse University Whitman School of Management. The team will have 20 minutes to present. A 20-minute timer is located in the front of the room on my left. At 20 minutes, I will stand, indicating the end time of the presentation. You may take up to 30 seconds to complete your last sentence, and I will show 30 seconds by doing research. Judges then have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. I will signal with a sign when 1 minute is left. The team from Syracuse University Whitman School of Management may begin the presentation.
Good afternoon. We quickly united to share the mission of promoting silk because of our passion for it. We offer and we thank you all for inviting the Whitman Consulting Agency here today. Shen, Tu, Lee, and the rest of the owners, thank you so much. Now we are under the assumption that it is 2015. We've prepared our recommendations, solutions, and some ideas in that. So let's begin.
So before we get into our analysis, we'd just like to walk you through the proposal that we're going to be presenting today. So we have two opportunities for this business today. Wensley, we have an opportunity with the alignment of the family. So we have the alignment of the family. What are the family goals moving forward, and how can we continue to move those together for continued success? And we also have an opportunity with internationalization. How can we take Wensley into the whole entire world to benefit a lot of different people and grace them with the beautiful silk that you make? So with the solution for the alignment opportunity, we have today a family operational manual. We call this the FOM. This will include a bunch of different things that we'll get to in a bit. And this will achieve the goal of maintaining long-term governance. So having a structure around this, how do we maintain governance? How do we deal with conflict? Things like that that we'll get into. To handle the solution for the internationalization, we're going to present a plan for international collaboration to work with different partners around the world and to bring silk to a lot of different people. And this will create a luxury legacy. And that's the goal here, is to create a luxury legacy of Wensley in the world. So moving on to the time period, just to give us a bit of a direction of where we've come from in Wensley. So from 1975 to 2000, we have this period. And Shen, you've been great at doing massive growth and innovation with tech advancements, moving the business forward, innovating, growing the market, growing the business, and creating into a luxury brand. And in 2015, this is when Lee and Tu have entered the business, which is what we call the professionalization stage, where we've had awards, patents, branding. And then an important event is in 2013, when we took on 95% of Marc Rosier for 5 million euros. And this was a perfect time to position us to take on the international market by having these shares. What this does is it takes the silk legend of Shen and creates it into a luxury international legacy for Wensley going into the future. So now as we look at the family analysis, we'd like to use talk about the values first of the family. And this is something that Shen talked about when she was inviting Tu into the business. She said that Tu, you said that you were intelligent, selfless, courageous, and diligent. We'd like to take these family values, and we think that they inform a lot of what else you do in the business. So looking at the three-circle model of family business is something that explains the intersection of family, ownership, and management. We have 6 people at the intersection of family ownership and management. 3 of them, Shen, Tu, Li, and Jun, are in the silk business, a part of that family portfolio. Then we have Hongxi and Wang, who are in the mall and biotech business. So they are also in other parts of that family portfolio, but they're all stockholders. And then we have Bonifant, who is the single manager, the CEO of the company, who's been very integral in the development and is going to be in a great position to move us into the international market.
So looking into the global silk industry, we have conducted the Porter's 5 forces in order to evaluate the attractiveness of the industry. So starting off with the competitive rivalry, we believe that the competition is high. This is because China is dominating about 90% of the global silk market. But with the company being the leaders and being very innovative and having advanced technologies, this would really help them to create an advantage in terms of the efficiency of the production process. And moving on, for the threats of the substitutes, this is high as well because of the high availability of the products and having different grades from low, medium, and high. But with the company repositioning itself into the high end, this would help to reduce the number of substitutes significantly. And next, for the threats of new entrants, this is low as well because of the high competition and also for the need for the skills and the laborers within the production process. Moving on, the power of buyers is high as well because of the fashion trends that's constantly changing. So this means that the industry really relies on the emotional aspect of the buyers. And next, the power of suppliers is low as well because of the availability of the resources, but with the company having the advantage, but the company has an advantage of having the whole supply chain of the product. So this would really help to give them the competitive advantage.
So we're going to talk about some alternatives. First off, the criteria that we use when we are creating the alternatives. First one would be business growth. Where is Wellesley going in the future? Second, the care for the business, making sure that the business is still at the heart of all of the ideas. Then we have the care for the employees that have been here for a while. They have that knowledge. They've gone to the higher education lessons, different classes. And of course, care for the values. So the values that Ben mentioned earlier. And of course, as I think back now, just introducing ourselves, my name's Jenny May. So just mentioned the Porter's 5 forces. Ben is over there mentioning the family business and that analysis. And so back to the alternatives. First option would be expanding in the Chinese core market. So something that would mean staying in specifically in China, being able to take advantage of your core competencies, however, not going abroad. Next would be remaining private. So we did go through the understanding that there would be a potential IPO in the future. So an alternative would be not going there, making sure that 100% of the business, the company, the ideas, the directing, the shareholders stays within the family, which Shen, you have been able to develop over the past couple decades. Now, finally, the next one would be luxury branding, going over to the international, that global scale on that level, being able to position Wellesley as a luxury brand and that luxury legacy. So let's talk about some pros and cons. Crazy table, but I'll talk you guys through it. Up top, we have the various alternatives. So expanding in expanding in China, remaining private, and then the luxury branding. And then on the left-hand side, I have the 4 criteria that I explained earlier. So in the green means that the alternative does satisfy, red meaning no. So expanding, if we were to stay in China, we would continue the business growth, caring for the business and the employees. However, we do not see the value of preserving the culture and the history of the Chinese silk making, the producing, being able to share that. That would be remaining in China in the future. So then remaining private, we see a lack of the business growth and the care of the business. Remaining private means that you won't have that external, the advice, the experts, the knowledge that could potentially come from that. However, you will continue to care for the employees. They'll still have jobs, as well as the values of being able to share that wealth and knowledge of the history and the culture with more people. Finally, the luxury branding, we see satisfying all of it, meaning that you'll continue the business growth international, you'll care for the original business that Shen Yu created, we'll continue caring for the employees, having that gratitude, the humbleness, and finally the values of integrity and making sure that we really show that being able to, on that global level, have that Chinese silk going in the future. So we see no for China, no for private, and we're going to continue with the luxury branding.
So as we get into our recommendations, we broke them down into 3 separate parts. We have a short-term recommendations, which are within 1 to 6 months. We have a medium-term recommendations, which are within 2 years, and then long-term outcomes, which are 5 years.
So beginning with short, within the first 1 to 6 months, we recommend a public relations campaign. So this is adding a little bit of creativity. So this is going to encompass the history and the culture, whether it's videos, social media, posts, having everyone talk about it. Ultimately, being able to position and have a consumer awareness of having Wensley be a luxury legacy and a luxury brand to go to for silk products. Now, who are the target audiences? That would be the family, the employees, as well as the consumers. So for the family one, we would, of course, make sure that you all are on the same page. We would want to share, Shen, when you started, having new people come in, what you've learned the most from it, where you guys see it going. Along with the employees, of having the employees share how long they've been working with you, with the company, and being able to see, this is where the heart of the product is, and that there's a story behind the product and the 5,000 years of the Chinese silk making behind it. And ultimately the consumers, increasing the education and the awareness of, this is where we want silk to be known for. If you want a quality silk luxury product or a gift or so, you want to go to China, and you specifically want to go to Wensley. So why do we need this? First off, you guys, there was a creation, and Lee, you presented this in 2015. It's a superior natural Chinese silk element product line. So something that we can highlight in that PR campaign video. It would position Wensley as a luxury brand and ultimately promote it for the IPO in the future years.
So adding on to this, we propose the company to look into having collaborations with Hermes. This would be led by Bonfon, because he had relationships and work experience within the company before. And in addition to this, he would be looking into developing other networks with high-end companies, high-end fashion brands as well. So we really like the idea of this because we have conducted some research into other fashion companies, and we like the idea of H&M and how they, they're a medium tier company, and having collaborations with the high-end companies such as Kenzo and Versace that really help to elevate the company's reputation and also increase the awareness in a global level.
So moving on to the medium term here. This is all about the FOM, the Family Operations Manual. So I'd just like to go through this a little bit here. The Family Operations Manual, it really goes towards that family alignment goal, as you can see in the right-hand corner here. So the Family Operation Manual, what will it have in it? It's got 4 key things. Number 1, family values, which we've discussed a little bit. And in future meetings with the family, we can develop that family values section a bit more. The succession plan. This will all be written down, what's going to be happening with succession. And this is something that we can work with the family continually on in the future. But let's dig a little bit more into family succession plan a bit. So we have family, non-family relationships section in this FOM. And this will really deal with conflict management. What happens when there's a family member who might be in conflict with a non-family member, and how is that handled? Is there a third-party mediator? Will they resolve it? How will that work? And then finally, shareholder agreements with who can own the company, how much of the company can they own, how does that transfer agreement look? The key point here is that these are predetermined agreements to standardize and clarify business-family relationships, tensions, and interactions that will be signed by the family and some of the other non-family managers so that everybody knows and agrees to these things before something goes wrong. Because unfortunately, something will eventually go wrong in the business, and we want to be able to have this operations manual that we can pull out, flip to the right section, and say, this is what we agreed upon to do in this situation. So looking at the succession plan a little bit more, we believe that operators make effective owners. And that can go across a lot of different family businesses. So with this, we think that operators should be working into the business in a unified system. And one way for that is to develop a plan for iterative testing. Iterative testing has 4 parts. First is qualifying tests. Does a candidate would like to work into the business, a younger generation working into the business, maybe going towards management? Do they have the education, work experience for the family members? And these are qualifications that we will set together as a family. Self-imposed tests are the next one. Self-imposed are things that the candidate, the person working into the business, will set for themselves that they think other people will be measuring them against. So this could, an example of this is a personal benchmark by interested Wednesday group members on themselves, or what do they expect from themselves as far as management, as far as communication. The next part is circumstantial tests. And this is how they deal with unexpected situations. Circumstantial tests will be in there. It's not something that we can plan, but that will be observed when this person might go into a circumstantial test. And then finally, political tests, because interpersonal relationships are never easy and they have to be addressed. So if somebody goes into the business, how do they handle relationships, for example, with a silk supplier? What this can do is it offers a 360-degree review of the candidate. So we would conduct interviews with people all around this person who's working into the business, or the family would conduct interviews with people around so they can say, is this person who's working in the business going to be great material for ownership and that could work into the succession process?
And in addition to this, we recommend the company to look into establishing flag stores around the world. So looking into, Shanghai, Dubai, Tokyo. So for example, Dubai having majority of the population are expats. So this would mean, people from around the world coming in one place, and this would allow the product to spread internationally, as well as this pushing into the Asian market. So the Asian gift culture of people giving gifts during the special occasions. So this would really help to allow the product to travel around the world as well.
So at first, when we were thinking about long-term, that would be about 5 years. However, we actually, instead of just saying recommendations, see outcomes. And we're thinking about 4 C's. First off, connection. Long-term relationship and collaboration with external stakeholders. So potentially external, we would say outside, international luxury brands, create relationships, and raise awareness, especially for the future IPO. The next C is continuity. Continuing what, Jen, you created for the business purpose and the family purpose, making sure that we continue Wensley, what you all are continuing now, and make sure we have this in the next 40, 50 years, advanced technology, luxury brands, etc. Next C is command. The initiatives for the internationalization, making sure we take command of the opportunities that we see in front of us and continuing, and of course, the Whitman Consulting Agency is willing to work with you all through all of this. Finally, community, creating a nurturing environment to make sure that we create a synergy for the Wensley group. So as we have the Generation 1, Generation 2, future generations coming down, making sure we create the community that can continue in the future. Now, why do we need this? Because the main goal would be to preserve and promote the Chinese history and culture, especially for the silk making.
So we know that any business plan has some risks involved in that. So let's go through 3 risks that we've identified. So the first is the unfortunate situation where a family member is passing on. And this can be somebody that's in current ownership, but we believe that this risk is mitigated by having the family operations manual. So if something does go wrong in the business, somebody unfortunately passes away, we can pull out that family operations manual, go right to the succession plan, who's going to be moving around, what happens when that happens. Another risk that we find is kind of severe, moderately likely, is the made in China mindset. This is something that we see in a lot of different businesses from China that if something is labeled made in China, there's sometimes in certain markets, there's a position in that mind that product is not as quality. And that's something we do not want to have in this business. So we've mitigated that with global collaboration, about being able to use other countries' names as we create partners to say possibly made in France, which has a little bit more of a connotation of high quality luxury brand. So that will be through global collaboration. And then finally, a final risk would be economic instability, which is likely in a global economy, where as we move around globally, there's going to be different global economies. And as this is a luxury item, it depends heavily on the power of buyers. So people are not making as much money. They're not going to be able to do that. And we mitigate this with a diverse portfolio of businesses within the family, and then as well as on our luxury items. So moving on to the implementation timeline, as every good plan must have, timing and who's going to be doing it. By the end of 2015, within 6 months, we'd like to begin the PR campaign, and that will be led by Bonifon. And also in 2015, we'd like to begin collaboration and networking with some global partners by Bonifon. In 2016, the Family Operations Manual will be worked on by Shen and Tu. In 2017, we'll begin to look at some operating some flagship stores around the world to start selling this luxury goods. Lee will lead that. And then finally, in 2019, we'd like to look at actually acquiring some international brands as part of those collaborations. So we're shooting high in that recommendation to have Tu lead that.
So that's a great plan, picture perfect, but we know that not everything works well in business. So we've created a contingency plan. We will continue having Lee and Bonifon with the PR campaign and and our FOM. Finally, the main contingency plan relates to the fact that we would not be going international at this moment. We would be focused on that the Chinese alternative that I presented earlier, because that was the second place, next best alternative, focusing on the Chinese luxury gift market. So as Son mentioned, the Asian culture of gift giving, focusing and taking advantage of that. And we will continue looking into the acquiring the international brands. Now, we overall look at this and we see that Wensley really has focused on the silk culture, the Chinese 5,000 years of the culture and the making and preserving this. So as Ben mentioned earlier, we want to focus on the silk legend that Shen, that you helped create, you helped invest in the company years before. We want to continue this going forward with a international luxury legacy.
Thank you. Judges now have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. I will signal when one is left.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and it's very interesting and very well done. I have a question on the alternatives. You set out a set of criteria there based on which we should evaluate the different alternatives. And for us as a family, the family is very important, and the care for the family, that's really what keeps us going, so to speak. And I didn't see that in the list of criteria. And so I would like to ask you, I mean, we want to stay in harmonious and cohesive family, and how do you think, what do you think are our main challenges in doing that as we grow and as we pursue your ideas?
So absolutely. And we were going at today that we would never present a plan that would not lead to beginning and having this family harmony. So that's why we didn't include that as a criteria, because it was a given across all plans that we recognize that your family is so strong and very important. So with the family values, something that we would include in that FOM, that Family Organization Manual, is a list of family values. And you can get together, discuss these with each other, write these down on a list and say, this is what we hold dear to ourselves. And then if something happens to get to a point where there's some tension, because as we get to these growing markets, these international markets, there will be some tensions. But if we can go back to that organization or that Family Operation Manual and say, hey, we were grounded in these values, can we get back to these? And how do we get back to these? And that will also include a section with, is there a family-to-family conflict? And then how do we resolve that?
Early in your presentation, you mentioned the family's recent purchase for €5 million of a luxury brand in France. But later in your presentation, you expressed that we should be pursuing a collaboration with that company's longest held competitor. Can you explain that, please?
Oh, we think that, doing it with Hermes first would be an advantage, also because of the CEO who's taking care of doing the branding. He has, work experience and deep relationship with Hermes.
And considering if this doesn't work out, then we would move away to other partnerships. But as using that as one of a luxury brand that is in France, how can we leverage our existing relationship with Bonneford in that company, even though it was a competitor? How can we position ourselves? Another thing that Hermes has is they have 90%, I believe, of their silk is purchased from Brazil. So how can we work with them from a different angle, from a supplier angle and a relationship with suppliers to say, hey, we have this Chinese silk, also very high quality. Can we work this into your business and then work with them on that?
And also, with the reasoning of why they focus on having supplier from Brazil was because of the efficiency of the product, the production process. But with the company is they're having innovative, advanced process. So this would really solve that problem.
I'm wondering if you can say a little bit more about Shen's succession plan as we see it. One, do you think it's a good plan? And two, do you think she'll stick to it?
Sure. I think that Shen really appreciates where the business has been and where the business is going. And Shen will, as far as an exit strategy goes, we think that she will be in the business for quite a long time and will not just cleanly cut and leave. So we think that there's a role for Shen absolutely moving forward. And this is something that we'll work with the family in this family operation manual to discuss. Shen taking on an advisorship role to her daughter and to her son-in-law moving forward, and her taking on a different role as advisor, possibly with other relationships around the world and continuing what she enjoys. And then I think she will stick to that as long as we lay out the criteria.
To add a little bit more, I was also going to add that, you're not going to, or hopefully, Shen, you would not just decide to stand up and leave. This is something that this would be the legacy that we would want to create. So a letter of intent, making sure that going through the legal process, creating what we would call the FOM, making sure that this is all set in stone. However, the letter of intent would say, there's going to be a month, a 2-month, 3-month process to make sure that you would understand where to go, the shoes to fill, because not only does Wensley have the silk production company, but you also have the biotech and the financial investments and the assets. So this diverse portfolio, today we're focusing on the silk. However, there is much more to understand. So instead of making sure there's education, training, management, and not only does Tu understand the roles and the responsibilities, but the surrounding family members, the older sister, along with the other employees, the consumers, to make sure and instill a level of understanding and trust.
Jenny, I think under alternatives, where you've talked of remaining private and business growth, I believe you mentioned getting access to knowledge and expertise, that it was important to consider giving up privacy going public. Can't you access that without giving up ownership? We might be more reluctant to go public. We received Bonneford without going public.
Absolutely. There's so many different facets nowadays, especially in the 21st century, of knowledge and consultants. And so to be able to expand expand the horizon of knowledge, we were just thinking specifically for that idea, there may be a lack of, not commitment, however, understanding and full participation and consensus from the family. And so I mentioned it there, but it's something that we definitely understand, especially at Women Consulting, that having the outside perspective, even if it's not ownership, you would be able to voice the perspective and be able to voice the ideas of, industry threats, opportunities, weaknesses, and so.
Excellent presentation. I really like the focus also on outcomes. My question is related to your very first short-term recommendation in a PR campaign. Obviously, brand building over operationalizing your luxury branding internationally. A 6-month campaign to position Wensley as a luxury brand and for an IPO. We're an unknown name with a made in China perspective around the world. Tell us more about this. PR campaign will be focused in France, and why is this your first recommendation?
So first off, I usually like to talk about the short-term recommendations. And so we're thinking of, for the public relations campaign, you would help be able to create it in those first 1 to 6 months. However, I know from my understanding and my education that there's no way that you would be able to accomplish all of that in just 6 months. So that would be something that would continue over the first 1 to 6 months. You would complete it, start implementing it, And so that would be the development phase, moving on to the implementation phase. So by the time that you're looking at flagship stores potentially in other countries, looking at international collaboration companies or so, they will have heard of Wensley. And going back to the idea of the made in China, we want to say, it's made by Wensley. When you think of Wensley, you're thinking of high quality luxury silk that has the 5,000 years of experience. And so with that public relations campaign, the videos, the working collaboration, making sure there's placements, media placements in that realm to continue that.
I'll be Lee Tu's husband for a moment. Tu very much is focused on the core, and you're recommending diversifying the portfolio. So I'm wondering how you're going to sell that to her, given that our buyers, given the high end and luxury, are less impacted by economic changes than others that we would be marketing to if we're mass marketing. So speak to me on how you'd sell that to her.
So let me just walk through my thought process on diversifying the portfolio. So we talk about, let's be clear on diversifying your portfolio within the silk market. So let's talk about that instead of the family portfolio. So within the silk market, we have, based on some information, given that the silk gift market can be the most profitable, but there's also different high-end pieces of art that can be made with silk, and different, obviously, clothing that can be made with silk. So we think that the argument can be made here that as we expand into different products, will appeal to a wider range of people within that high market, so that when there might be some market storms a little bit up and down here, that there can be different sectors of people who can interact with those different products and have different touch points at different points based on different people who might be in different market standpoints. So it's all about appealing to a broad array of customers.
So if you could give us just one or two things that you think are most important in us successfully integrating Mr. Bonafort into our organization, please.
So I would say the first one is that he's already well established and he's doing a great job. So the first thing is making sure that we have a meeting with him very soon in the future to discuss with him this family operations manual, what the relationship is going to look like with Mr. Bonafort, having him continue on his role as CEO and continue to be in those family discussions about how is the business moving forward and how can we take his connections and leverage him, really give him purpose, and having him recognize that we view him as a very key player in this business, as somebody who has so much international experience, and being able to leverage his existing connections so that the business can keep moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
So it's one.
Thank you. Well done.
Good job.
This. Switch this. Might be mad Excuse me? Can you ask them to switch?
Let me go ask.
Perfect. Dalhousie University. Dalhousie. Okay, I checked this.
You're changing the names too.
Yeah. Hmm? Oh yeah, you can go ask them for if they would like any food. Oh, it's not this.
Oh, I
You're up. Continue up.
These are probably, maybe they stop.
It's 33 seconds.
Yeah, but actually,
this one I can't read ahead because it's too hard to read.
To me, part of advising family businesses and businesses is not necessarily creating a local it's about creating emotional, identifying where the emotional and attacking those. This is very ambitious.
and that was my previous my job is about this is
Yes,
current case strategy.
The family
Strategy
business,
case.
the core importance in family business is not only the profit.
Sorry?
Yes.
The most important part in the family business is not the profit.
Hello. Nice to meet you again, Josh.
Hi, Josh. Nice to see you.
Haley.
Hi, Josh.
Nice to see you again.
Hello.
Congratulations
Nice to
on
see you
coming
again.
down.
Adam,
Hello again.
pleasure.
Matthias, nice to meet you.
Adam,
Matthias, nice to meet you.
Adam, how are you?
Yes.
Welcome to the 5th Annual UVM Global Family Enterprise Page Competition. I request silence from the observers. Please turn off your cell phone now. At this time, I would like to ask the judges to introduce themselves and state their name, title, and affiliation. May I please request the lead judge to start the introductions?
Good afternoon. I'm Judy Green, president of the Family Firm Institute. We're located in Boston. We have members in 80 countries around the world.
Hi, I'm Robin Tauk, third generation owner and former co-president and CEO of Tauk Inc., a global luxury travel company in Connecticut.
I am Tom Waring, CEO of Family Business Directions in Buffalo, New York.
My name is Matthias Nordqvist. I'm professor at Jönköping International Business School in Sweden, where I'm also the director of one of the largest research centers on family businesses in the world. And I'm also an advisor to family businesses.
I'm Adam Ifshin. I'm the CEO of DLC Management Corporation in New York.
My name is Tejas Shah, the CEO of CFIX Fire Services Limited, India.
Thank you. I'd now like to introduce the team from Dalhousie University. The team will have 20 minutes to present. A 20-minute timer is located in the front of the room on my left. At 20 minutes, I will stand, indicating the end time of the presentation. You may take up to 30 seconds to complete your last sentence, which I will show like this. The team from Dalhousie University may now start their presentation.
Well, good afternoon, Wensley. Before we start our presentation today, I just wanted to reach out and thank you very much for having us. We are Sharp Consulting, which consists of Haley, Gardner, and myself, Josh. Now, you've been able to grow as a company. You work extremely hard, and you've been able to diversify your brand. However, we understand that when you grow, sometimes things change, things happen. I've probably overindulged a bit this weekend. I've maybe grown as an individual, and sometimes when that happens, when you overindulge, you grow a bit, and the fabric stretches. When this fabric stretches, threads come loose. Now, these threads represent the issues that maybe your company is facing, and the garment itself is the company that you have. You have a great opportunity that's in front of you. However, when you're addressing these issues, you don't want to pull at the thread, because when that happens, you have the opportunity to destroy the success that your company has found. So what we want to do for you today is to mend those threads and capitalize on the opportunity that's present for you as a company moving forward. So what exactly are we going to do today? So in our introduction, we're going to analyze some of the key issues that we see in your organization today. Haley's then going to take you through an analysis of what we see internally, some of your strengths as a company, as well as some opportunities we see in your industry, as well as a general macro perspective that we have. Gardner's then going to take you through a recommendation. So exactly what do we think that you should do as a company moving forward? I'll walk you through an implementation. So once we make that recommendation, how are we going to go about putting it in place? And then finally, we're going to conclude. How do we make sure that you're finding success? So what are the key issues that you're facing? You're having the merging of these two cultures, these threads that I mentioned before, and it's important that you capitalize on the opportunity that's ahead of you and making sure that these cultures mesh and merge properly to form a proper business relationship. Additionally, we want to continue to position you as a luxury brand in the marketplace, and we think that you have the ability to do so. So now Haley's going to start with our analysis.
Great, thank you, Josh. So I'm going to be taking you through three different models. We're first going to begin with a 3-circle model that we have customized for your organization specifically. Then we're going to be looking at different opportunities and threats that are existing in the external market, and then followed by a pest analysis. So looking at a typical 3-circle model, we have the ownership, business, and family. But your business has different needs. Therefore, we adjusted ours to fit your specific needs, which is ownership, culture being something that's quite significant to you and something that we thought that we should really highlight, as well as the business and then the family. So to begin, when looking at ownership, 90% is within your 6 family members, as well as 10%, 5% to each for 2 long-standing shareholders. Then looking at the traditions that have been passed down, that plays quite a significant role in your specific culture. We thought that this was very important to mention, as well as the importance of hard work. You have very humble roots, and you've built this business from the ground up. We also want to mention that there is the cultural gap between the French culture and the Chinese culture, which we would really like to respect and celebrate throughout the duration of our recommendation. Then looking at the business. So you have a strong reputation in the luxury silk industry. You have taken large risks to get to where you are today, but that has allowed you to become a dominant player in the market. As well, you have a low turnover rate, which we believe is attributed to the strong corporate culture that your business has. Then looking at your family. So this is one of the most important aspects, we think. And so that's the close-knit relationship that you all have. All 6 family members are currently involved in the business. And you also mentioned that our enterprise is not divided because our family is united. So that just goes to show for us as consultants that we really want to put your family first. Then looking at different opportunities and threats taking place within the market, there is large growth happening within the luxury brands, specifically in China. As well, because you have silk manufacturing, there's quite a bit that you can do with this. Therefore, you can manufacture it in a number of different ways. Then looking at potential threats to your business. So there are reputable organizations in the industry. Chanel was mentioned. So it's important that you are really positioning yourself in an area to grow above their success. As well, complying with international regulations. As you do plan on internationally expanding, we really think you need to be mindful of these moving forward. Then looking at a pestle analysis, we decided to focus on economic, social, technological, and political. To begin, so political, there is a quality assessment that the nation does provide, which you passed early on in your business, which we believe to be a great positive asset for your organization. Then looking, the government has plans to recreate the Silk Road, which runs from China to the Mediterranean. So that's important to note moving forward for your organization. Then looking at the economic factors, you are one of 4 countries in the BRIC countries. That's Brazil, Russia, India, and China. So those are one of the fastest growing economies, and it's important to recognize that you are existing in one of those, as well as globalization is becoming an upcoming trend that you need to be mindful of and cater your products to service to that specific need. Then looking at passion. So there is passion for silk ingrained far into your culture, over 5,000 years. As well, there is a future of silk in the luxury market, which you need to be mindful of, and then cater your products specifically. Then looking at the technological factors, there is the rise of e-commerce, which you did jump on early, which is great. As well, in terms of the technologies that you use, you have a national level certification. Now, Garner is going to be taking us through our various recommendations.
Thank you, Haley. So as Josh mentioned earlier, the first issue we'd like to address involves the cultural gap present in your company, as well as introducing the 3rd generation and moving them up in the business. We've come up with 3 recommendations that we believe address this issue. The first is to give all 3rd generation members 30% of the company, as well as to have non-family executive members manage the business. So the 3rd generation would simply act as the owners and not handle day-to-day operations. Our second alternative is to have the international members non-family members joining your business, bill it with your 3rd generation members in China, as well as allow the G3 members to enter the business at a higher management role when they choose. And finally, our 3rd alternative is to have a standardized process to enter the business while implementing an advisory board. When discussing these recommendations, we focused on 3 important areas that we believe are critical to your business. The first is the benefit to the family. How does this recommendation benefit your family for its success and limit conflict? Second is benefit to the business. Does this position your business for growth and take advantage of the luxury goods market in China? In addition to this, the maintenance of culture. Culture is very important to your family and your business and should be protected at all costs. So our first alternative involves giving the G3 members 30% of the business each, as well as having the non-family executives run and manage the business. So this would bring in talent from outside the family and new skills experienced by these international non-family members, as well as encouraging the participation of the 3rd generation by giving them ownership in the business. However, it doesn't really solve the cultural gap that we mentioned. It keeps them separate and doesn't encourage learning. It also diminishes the family's influence on decision-making. Additionally, it is more difficult to protect your Chinese culture that you've worked very hard to implement into your business if all the manufacturing and day-to-day operations are conducted by people outside the family. Our key takeaway from this is that it addresses the third generation's participation, but it doesn't address the risk of cultural divide. Our second alternative is to have international non-family members that will be joining your business live with a third generation member for at least a year to learn about the Chinese culture, as well as you learn about their culture, as well as the third generation taking on lower management roles instead of starting from the bottom when they enter the business. Some pros of this alternative is that it encourages cultural interaction and education to create a clear idea of the different experiences of different cultures, as well as to allow the third generation to take on roles of importance faster in the business. However, it does go against our tradition of earning your way through a business and working your way up, starting at the bottom, which has been very important to you in learning each aspect of the business. As well, the international employees may be hesitant to live with a third generation family, especially if they're higher level executives moving from big companies. It also reduces the importance of experience, as I mentioned, moving up in your family. And if younger members are gaining decision-making power too early on, they might not have the necessary experience to be effective. So our key takeaway from this alternative is that it addresses the threat of cultural divide. However, it may create further issues in your business. And finally, our third alternative involves a standardized process to introduce third generation members into the business, as well as implementing an advisory board. So this would address the issue of cultural differences, as the advisory board would help smooth that over, and the different members of the third generation would be given education experience outside of China in different countries. It would also help to develop the skills of the third generation as they learn new skills relevant to your business, and the business would benefit from an advisory board. However, it may take time for the cultural gap to be fully closed, as it takes time for the third generation to move up in the business and implement their new knowledge. There may be differences in management styles among the advisory board. So our advisory board would consist of 6 members of the family, including as well as the CEO, and 3 additional international experts, not a part of the family, so 10 members in total. And our key takeaway is that this provides a holistic recommendation, and it considers the impact of the family, the business, and the culture. So of our 3 recommendations, we recommend you pursue the third option, the standardized process with an advisory board. And now Josh is going to go into depth of what exactly the advisory board will do and what their roles will be, as well as more in-depth information on the standardized process.
Great. So as I mentioned before, there's basically 2 key issues that are facing your company today. So Gardner just did a really good job in walking you through what our recommendation is to you as a company moving forward, how you address this first issue. However, we do still think there's a second issue that's present that does need to be addressed, and that is how you're going to continue to position yourself as a luxury goods retailer in the Chinese market. And I'm also going to talk a bit about how we're going to implement this advisory board and some of the things that Gardner talked about before. So basically, this goes through a 4-phased approach. So the first phase you'll see here is you're going to develop a family constitution as well as a shared transference plan. Beyond that, you're going to start investing in your G3 family members, and this is going to be followed up by creating this advisory board moving forward. Now, this is going to be integral to making sure that your cultures mash moving forward. And then finally, you're going to pursue conservative luxury undergarment market. Now, that's not something that you're familiar with right now, but hopefully as I go through this presentation, you'll get a better understanding of exactly what that means. So first, as I mentioned before, we need to figure out how ownership is going to transfer. So we have 2 options for you here today. Our first option, ownership is going to transfer equally among younger generations after the passing of an older generation family member. Or there's a second option for you. Now, we believe this option to be ownership is going to be split equally as it passes from G1 to G2. G2 shareholders can transfer and sell shares as they choose with the guidance from the board of directors. Now, we'd be willing to work with you and find what you think may be best, but what we recommend for you today is actually to go with option 2 inside here. We think this is going to be most beneficial for your family moving forward, and it'll give you a bit of flexibility in terms of how your ownership is going to work. Now, moving beyond this, your family constitution. You said this was extremely important for your family moving forward in order to maintain your culture and your company identity. So first, we're going to use the house analogy here, the maison that we believe is extremely important for you as a company, as a family. So first, when you're buying a house, you want to look at the plot of land. The plot of land here is basically the first thing that matters to you, and that's your culture. This is everything that's growing After that, the culture is who you identify yourself as a company. After that, you really need to build your foundation. So the foundation of your company. What is your house built upon? That's basically your family. You're a family business, and that's something you care a lot about. So by having this family foundation here, it allows you to grow moving forward. After that, you need to build the wall. So how are you protecting yourself? How are you keeping yourself safe? And that is staying true to your profit units that you have and the strong work ethic that I mentioned before. This is how you've been able to find success moving forward, and it's going to be integral to the growth of your company. Finally, second to last, I should say, the roof of your company. So what is really important here is that you're continuing to diversify. So this is putting a roof over your head. This is making you money. The diversification that you've done in the past is what's allowed you to continue to grow, and it's going to be essential to your company moving forward. And then finally, this is where we're going to talk about international non-family executive members. And this is the door to your business. So we want to make sure in this constitution that it's communicated that you're welcoming people. You're welcoming them into your house through this open door policy. However, you need to be mindful of the culture that you've developed, everything else that you grew on this plot of land. Okay, does that make sense? Cool. So after that, we're going to invest in G3. So this is going to be a three-phase approach as well. You're going to encourage G3 members to attend international boarding schools when they're going to learn about the French fashion market. Then they're going to start studying about silk. So as Haley mentioned before, this silk road is growing, and we want people in the G3 to understand exactly the history of this silk market. And then they're going to gain meaningful job experience. So they're going to attend internships, whether that be with your company, whether it be with other industry professionals, to truly understand exactly how this industry is developing. In doing so, you're going to be encouraging G3 to invest in your company, in your family moving forward. Now, after this, Gardner mentioned we need to create an advisory board. So it's basically going to be family members, which is going to include 6 family members right now, as well as non-family members. So we're going to have Patrick Bonifant, as well as 3 industry professionals sitting on this board. So this may look a little confusing to you. You know you have a board of directors already. So what exactly is the purpose of this board? Well, basically there's 3 roles that it fulfills. The first of which is it's going to monitor and support G3 moving forward. So this is just making sure everybody's on the same page. This 3-step plan that I just introduced to you does make sense. Role 2, you're going to create cohesion between the varying cultures. So by having both family and non-family from around the world, this is going to help you work together as a company. This advisory board is going to create a consistent message to your stakeholders and everybody else exactly who you are as a business. And then finally, you're going to utilize international non-family members in this sense. So basically role 2 and 3 tie into each other and just making sure everybody's on the same page moving forward. So I mentioned the luxury undergarment market. So you're going to pursue this market moving forward. And essentially what you're going to do is this. You're going to make use of your international non-family members. So you have experience in the French market and they're known for their lingerie. However, in Chinese culture, it's very conservative. So we want to make sure that these undergarments are tailored to the needs of the Chinese market. So essentially you want to have this lingerie, but we're branding it as undergarments because it wants to be very conservative in nature. So you're going to be creating synergies between exactly the strengths of the French market and your own personal strengths moving forward. So exactly how are we going to do this? Gardner's going to walk you through that now.
Thanks, Josh. So what we have here is our timeline of how we'd like to see you implement our recommendation. In the first 6 months, we'd see you'd like to implement the family constitution that Josh talked about, the house analogy. Then to further solidify the values within your family and non-family and make it clear what your expectations are. In the months of 6 to 12, we'd like to see you begin allocating funds for G3's education, and that's abroad, and to begin the development of their internship education, as well as to begin sourcing and designing the undergarment product. After 1 year, I'd like to see you develop your advisory board and to begin the cultural cohesion and begin to develop your international strategy. And finally, to introduce the undergarment brand that Josh just outlined. There are 2 risks, however, to our recommendation. The first being that the G3s are resistant to the progression plan. Maybe they don't want to leave home, or maybe they're not interested in the starting out at the bottom of the company. We're mitigating this by providing flexibility in terms of what they study, as long as it's relevant to the business, as well as their internship options. And finally, our contingency for this is to offer G3's relevant work experience in the industry in place of education. So our second risk is that the cultural diversity continues to be a barrier and threatens the unity of the business. We're mitigating this by having a diverse advisory board from all over the world to bring various cultures together. A contingency for this risk is to have the different cultures act as separate entities, having G1 till 3 focus on the Chinese culture, and your CEO, Patrick Bonifant, to focus on the French expansion plan and French designs. So what will success look like for you? The first factor is to have a close the culture gap between family and non-family members, between your Chinese culture and any culture brought into your business through your international non-family members. Second is to position the G3s for a successful transition in the business, giving them sufficient education and an effective internship training program. And finally, to gain brand recognition for your luxury undergarment, as well as your other product lines, and take advantage of that market. So in conclusion, we believe that your business has done everything perfectly so far to position yourself at the top luxury brand in China and move forward as this market grows. We believe with our recommendation, you'll be able to close that cultural gap, you'll be able to introduce the third generation, and you'll be able to take advantage of the talent that the international non-family members bring to your business and make the Wensley name synonymous with luxury in China. Thank you for your time and meeting with us. If you have any questions, we'd love to answer those now.
Thank you. Judges now have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. I will signal with a sign when 1 minute is left.
Thank you very much, and we can definitely see that you're focused on this intercultural experience and development. My question is about this ownership stake and the 30% to each of the next gen. When you really see that happening, what are the risks with Shen and Tu, these family members who have owned for so long, and these young next gen that haven't been in the business yet? You could clarify that, as well as a possible ownership stake for Patrick, Mr. Bonifant, who has taken on the entire responsibility of this expansion. Do you see that in your future, and why not?
Well, this 30%, 90% is still in the family, and there's 10% outside the family. And we understand that we can't exactly deal with that 10% that's outside the family and slightly out of your control. But we believe that the 30%, which was part of our first recommendation, equally to the grandchildren, we didn't provide an exact timeline for that. So we're not saying at a certain point, once they reach the level, they should be given the shares. As it's really important for your family to earn your way through the business, the grandmother, Shen, still has a lot of the shares, and then the second generation has some as well. So with the passing of a shareholder, that's when the shares would most likely move down. We provided flexibility with our options, so they can be moved earlier if that's desired, but we mainly focused on the passing of a shareholder.
Okay, thank you very much for an interesting presentation and thoughtful suggestions. I would like to also discuss a little bit the four-circle model. You described our family and the ownership and the other circles, and you gave a very positive view of our family and the relations we have within our family, and we appreciate that, of course. But we're also concerned about possible areas of tensions and friction in the future. Could you elaborate on that? Where do you see some potential areas of friction emerging that we need to deal with?
Yeah, we do definitely. There is the possibility for tension, especially, we haven't noted any tension so far, but especially with the G3s entering the business, we're not sure what they're passionate about. They could have conflicting passions. We're not sure. By having these regular meetings, the new board, which consists of 6 members of the family and then 4 outside the family, we hope that tensions and issues can then be resolved at that point. And we think that by having the parents involved in this, as well as external members, that it will be able to resolve tensions that do come and persist within the business.
We recently spent 5 million euro to buy a luxury producer in our space in France. I noticed you did not address that at all in your presentation, and you were suggesting that we enter a different business than the business we recently acquired. Can you explain that? Are there issues, do you believe, with the business we acquired?
Certainly not. No, I think that was a great decision on your behalf. And in our timeline, I'm sorry if that got passed over, but I thought we maybe touched on that. But basically, we want you to focus on Phoenix over the next couple of years. We think that's a great market opportunity for you. However, we see an underserviced element of the Chinese market, and that's conservative lingerie clothing, or sorry, undergarment clothing. And we think that by bringing your the element of your company as well as the French company together, then you're going to be able to create a clear synergy here moving forward and capitalize on that underserviced market. So it's not disregarding the strength of Phoenix as a brand, but it's rather saying there's another opportunity here that you may want to look towards as well.
I have a question that's a little more philosophical about assumptions that I think you're making here, particularly around Gen 3 and values. I mean, it's a very young generation. The world is changing very fast. What makes you think that they will have the same family values as the current generations?
Yeah, we don't necessarily know what their values will be. I mean, as it was stated, the mother came from very humble roots, and then also that the children, you have been given lots of opportunities. We're hoping that by having them do the internships, by them gaining an education, gaining relevant experience, that we can continue to pursue our values of hard work ethics and getting an education and learning about the business onto the next generation. Is it successful? We're not sure. We're hoping that they will, through their different experiences, such as internships in the summer and their schooling, that they'll be able to gain the corporate culture of this business.
Relative to in fact, that's the slide I need up, the international industry professionals.
Mm-hmm.
What, if we were recruiting individuals to that, what are the skill sets that we're looking for in those individuals?
Surely. So I can take that. We want to see industry professionals that have a congruent culture with who you are as a family, who you are as a business. So that's of utmost importance. As I was doing my house diagram, I mentioned the culture comes first. So that's something you really need to make sure you're finding when you're looking towards these individuals. As I mentioned before, you're also a very diversified company. So you have a lot of different experience, and you want to have people that have knowledge not only of one particular industry, but is going to allow you to grow as a company. So these are individuals that will bring value to you and fit within your organizational structure.
I had a question on the advisory board. You got a big company here and big issues. The real decision-making at the board of directors, how does the advisory board link in with our board? And with so many people sitting on both boards.
Mm-hmm.
So as Josh outlined, we have three main goals of our advisory board: to have support the G3, to create cohesion in the cultures, and to utilize international non-family skills. So we believe that is our main difference between our board and our advisory board. The advisory board is not advising the regular board on business decisions. They're mainly there just for those three areas to make sure G3 is moving and progressing, to deal with the culture aspects. And yes, there are many that share both similarities, which is why we didn't want to have them cross over and end up advising themselves.
So I'd like to for a moment address a specific recommendation made earlier in your presentation with respect to succession and leadership. I'm trying to balance your feelings about ownership and bringing G3 into the business with what I saw as a very strong recommendation for outside management going forward. In your view, is it irreconcilable that a member of G3 could not lead this company?
So for our, that's a great question. So for our recommendation, we did mention that the company could be run by external managers. We don't see this as an inconceivable option. As it is a family business, we would really like to see a third generation member move up through the business and eventually run it. However, if that isn't something that if no third generation member is ready, then that's something that can be addressed at that time and bring in someone externally that shares the culture and the views of the family.
Building on that a little bit, what do you think? Because it comes out, as was mentioned, as a strong recommendation that we should rely on non-family managers in the future. what do we need to think about when we hire these non-family executives, and what should we think of when we sort of integrate them into our culture and our business?
Great, thank you. Exactly. So just with the corporate culture, again, I did mention at the beginning that they do have a very low turnover rate, and we believe that that's something that they brought forth with their hard work ethic that they've instilled. So I think we'd be looking for someone that's definitely very hardworking, someone that knows the industry well, and again, knows the importance of family. And then again, culture as well, and the Chinese culture, and potentially if they have a background in the French culture, that would also be an asset.
Can you go back to your model for a minute? So in the classic use of this model for family business advising, people say everything interesting happens in the overlap. You know, that's where the challenges are. So could you just comment a bit on the importance of the overlaps?
Of course, yeah, I can talk about that. That's my model, so maybe it wasn't as clear as I would have liked for it to be. So that's just saying where maybe one point may see a little similarities between the other. Is that exactly what you mean?
I was looking at the three circle.
Oh, sorry, the three circle model. Yeah, certainly that gets complicated when you're talking about ownership, when you're talking about business, and when you have family members and non-family members. And that's why we've created these advisory boards that have family and non-family members to create clear role identities, to understand exactly what you're addressing on specific boards, and to have a clear idea of exactly what you're tackling.
Other questions? I think we're out of time. Thank you very much.
At this time, I will ask that the presenting team from Dalhousie University to please be seated. The next presenting team from Wilfrid Laurier will begin at 1:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I knew someone was going to do that. It's going to be you or me.
Thank you very much.
Never put
Good
the
job,
mic next to the
Gary.
water.
Very
Thank you
clear.
much.
Hi, Haley. Good presenter. Very excellent. You're a great presenter.
That's okay.
I thought I was going to.
I think that's going to be points against.
I didn't get that part, right? That was sort of the question.
Very interesting.
He's worried as he's going out the door. Can we had a little bit too, yeah, thank you.
It's very difficult. If you have one from Europe, Italy, and one from French, and one from Japan, the three have a different language.
How did you react to this overall?
Different way of working in it.
Yeah, it's really tough.
Well,
So she went to the bathroom or something. So she's
Just plug it in.
and
drag it
is
to the
saved?
desktop. Did you drag it to
Is it saved? I didn't plug it in yet.
Dalhousie? Yeah,
Just wanna
okay.
make sure. Okay.
Dalhousie's down there. And then rename it.
Presentation. Hi. So I'm just like renaming it now, saving it on the desktop.
Okay, thank you very much for doing that.
Do you know what the team is? Oh, it's when.
Wilfred Laurier.
Oh, here, I'll use it.
Is it on? It's gonna.
How to get it on the screen?
Yeah, it's not showing.
It's the last thing we need.
Jesus.
Oh, good guy.
I think what time is this? 1:41.
Hi.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, nice to see you.
Hi, Sarah. I'm Robin.
Nice to see you, Sarah.
Matthias, nice to meet you.
Adam, pleasure.
Matthias, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Matthias,
Nice to meet you.
Aaron, you're going first this time, so.
I'm good.
Welcome to the 5th Annual UVM Global Family Enterprise Case Competition. I request silence from the observers. Please turn off your cell phones now. At this time, I would like to ask the judges to introduce themselves by stating their name, title, and affiliation. May I please request the lead judge to start the introductions?
I'm Judy Green from the Family Firm Institute in Boston. We're a professional association of people who advise and study family enterprise.
Hi, I'm Robin Tauk. I'm one of a number of third-generation family owners of Tauk Inc., a global travel company in Connecticut.
I am Tom Waring, CEO of Family and Business Directions in Buffalo, New York.
I'm Matthias Nordqvist, a professor of family business and strategy at Jönköping International Business School in Sweden, where I'm also directing a large research center on family business topics, and I'm also an advisor to family businesses.
Good afternoon. I'm Adam Ifshin. I'm the CEO of DLC Management Corporation in New York.
Hi, I'm Tejas Shah, CEO of Safex Fire Services Limited, India.
Thank you. I'd now like to introduce the team from Wilfrid Laurier University. The team will have 20 minutes to present. A 20-minute timer clock is located at the front of the room to my left. At 20 minutes, I will stand indicating the end of presentation time. You may take up to 30 seconds to complete your last sentence. Judges then have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. I will signal when 1 minute is left. The team from Wilfrid Laurier University may now start their presentation.
I grew up with 2 younger sisters, and one of the first concepts you learn is you have no hand-me-downs. So they would get my clothes in 2 or 5 years from now. But what we realized is we were born in different seasons, and as we grew up in different seasons, the clothes fit differently at different times. My mom would then give these clothes off to her friends on the condition that they will use them and respect them and give them back when my sisters would be ready to use them again. We consider Wensley in a similar way. They had a great succession from generation 1 to generation 2, but generation 3 is so young right now that we're looking for non-family member executives to come in, keep the business sustainable, but eventually success it on to the third generation as well. My name is Sarah. These are my associates Shanuj and Daniel, and we're the Shawnee Consulting Maison. We'd like to thank you, the board of directors, for being here today. You came to see us regarding implementing non-family member executives into your family culture as well as business expansions. As you can see here, after further analyzing the Wensley Group, we were able to formulate a two-part solution to the issues you brought forward today.
Family enterprises vary significantly on their specific goals regarding family and business dimensions. For some, family takes precedence over business, and for others, business takes precedence over family. However, Wensley Group is a complete business firm that aims to achieve both balance in both family and business dimensions. And these are considerations that we took to heart when developing complete strategy oversight into our recommendation. As you can see, this is our current management structure, with a strong emphasis on both management as well as ownership. However, we want to incorporate the family culture and family brand continuity behind the ideas and recommendations as well. Through our recommendation and partnerships, we want to achieve a more holistic and complete business model that achieves that strong business culture and family culture that you have seen past success with, and incorporate that within strong management and ownership processes to develop strong strategy and growth plans.
Currently, Wesley is one of the strongest players within the Chinese market. Over the year, your organization has been able to expand to different segments very successfully. In addition to that, your family also has very strong family values and family unity between all the family members, which has allowed both your company as well as your family to work together extremely effectively. But currently, there's no succession plan for the third generation, and there are tremendous opportunities for Wesley to pursue in the future.
Our recommendation is to have a sustainable and collaborative business strategy that combines growth as well as market potential. Our recommendation is to integrate non-family executives into the family culture through three specific pillars. We want to have strong brand expansion, to have market innovative ideas, to not only consolidate our current market position, but continue to grow for 5, 10, 15 years to come. Our next pillar is globalization, taking advantage of international markets as well as opportunities to ensure a collaborative and sustainable growth. And last, succession, not only for the family legacy, but also the business dynasty that has been developed through past years of success to ensure that there's a family legacy and strong family concept behind the brand and investment, business decisions, as well as implementation action plans that are taken within the firm.
We've conducted a thorough analysis of Wesley using, as well as the family dimensions surrounding business using a strong matrix. Firstly, when we take a look at the positive aspect of the company, we can see that your family has a very strong family unity, family culture, and especially your family history, which has allowed your family to work together collaboratively very effectively. However, the lack of succession plan, culture integration, and harmonization between the family members act as a negative aspect on your family dimension.
After looking at the family dimension, it's also important to consider the business dimension of the company as well. Firstly, considering the strengths of Wensley. You guys are very adaptable, and you're also a very diverse organization. You've been able to work in many markets, eliminating any risk that has or potential threats of the company. You also have very strong core competencies as well as a good management structure that has been established through your executive positions. However, there's always room for improvements, specifically in compensation. You've been compensating your core competencies using other business models. However, as you've removed them from the channels, you've removed excess profit that you currently have. When using the Sharma's matrix, it's important to understand that you can get short-term success by creating a positive either business or family dimension. However, in order to maintain long-term sustainability, you must create a positive business and family dimension. Currently, you have a positive business dimension, but we want to create not only deep pockets, but warm hearts as well. After using this criteria, we have been able to further analyze and come up we've been able to use this criteria to formulate a solid solution. The first position is family culture. Currently, you have a strong family culture and you're very close-knit and have the same values. We want to ensure by bringing external family member or external executives into the company, you will be able to maintain that strong family culture and values. Next, we look at brand expansion. You have opportunities to grow into further markets, and this will help create and continue a strong business dimension. Finally, we want to continue a family legacy and a business legacy as well. When using this decision criteria, we have been able to further analyze and create specific alternatives that will formulate our solution. We will now dive into the first alternative.
Using these following decision criteria, we have been able to come up with the first alternative for Wesley, which is to continue to hire non-family members, executives. This option will ensure that Wesley will be able to go on with any brand expansion plan that your company already has in place, which essentially will put your company in a financial success position in the future. However, this option will disrupt both your family legacy as well as your family culture, as there will be misalignments between the family members and the non-family members executives. This then leads us to our next alternative, which is to promote internal directors within the organization. This option will ensure your family culture as well as your family legacy. But by pursuing this option, Wesley will be able to, by pursuing this option, Wesley will be less innovative toward growth as well as brand expansion, and essentially affect your business legacy that your family has been trying to build over the past 40 and 50 years.
Family continuity, family legacy, as well as business culture. These are the three pillars that we have identified to be crucial for our solution, as well as sustainable and collaborative growth. Our solution and recommendation is to align these non-family members to employees to create synergy within two specific aspects. These aspects are both the family culture. We want to incorporate family culture as well as strong family unity behind new and innovative market decisions that are pursued, as well as we want to have a strong business history, as well as aspects involved with innovative and new implementation ideas to incorporate along with the family culture and family continuity concepts to have a holistic and complete business model and strategy approach.
Within any management or ownership succession, there must be family communication. This includes both business meetings as well as family meetings in order to ensure agreements on all aspects. In addition, there must also be business rule in order to put Wesley in a sustainable position.
When specifically looking at the business meetings, we want to create monthly meetings. Your market is constantly changing and your business is constantly growing, and we want to ensure all executives, family and non-family, understand the current state of the business as it progresses on. We're also looking to identify any new growth opportunities within the industry and really establish core competencies versus other business market segments, which is so important to your company. Finally, we're looking at recognition. Recognition is universal. Whether you come from France or you come from China or you come from another company or another country, we want to ensure that everyone's recognized and they're valued for their ideas of strategy or innovation or new product ideas. This will result in further innovation as well as comfort levels of the executives to really understand the culture and feel valued within the company. Next, we want to go into family council meetings. These will be held quarterly and consist of the 5 main family members. We want this to be a time for you to debrief, to talk about any issues, talk about any ideas without judgment from outside executives. This really gives you the opportunity to sit down and ensure it aligns with your own culture and your own beliefs as well. And we're further going to create the family constitution that you've been talking about. This will be based off of honor, this will be based off of trust, and this will be based off of integrity. Next, we're looking into having Wesley retreats. This is an opportunity for cultural integration, concept comprehension, and strategy alignment. This will give you the opportunity to really show the employees who you are outside of the organization so they can understand and value your beliefs and your culture as well.
We need to also stress the importance of having business rules to properly conduct these business meetings to ensure that we identify potential market opportunities as well as threats that will harm the firm. We want to have a strong governance structure, specifically with a hierarchy regulation, to ensure that there's a clear and defined decision-making process. We want those involved in the management decision-making process to understand clearly defined roles, as well as those that are involved in strategy, investment, or implementation concepts. Next, we want to have a family agreement to clearly identify evaluation criteria for both the succession of third generation and for generations to come. And next, deficiency identification to identify, again, market threats, as well as product deficiencies within the internal segment of the market to determine where potential outliers may exist, as well as where potential market opportunities can be pursued to further expand and grow the product line, as well as a company as a whole.
We're now going to look at further recommendations to consume market opportunities that would be feasible for Wensley in the future. The first thing we're going to look at is a reduced end user price. This is feasible through the opportunity of creating your product specifically in China. Currently, Western countries are shipping in products to be sold within China in the high luxury brands. This creates a large tax that specific Chinese users do not want to pay. By making it specifically in China and selling your luxury quality brand, we are able to reduce the taxes and make a more competitive price to Western countries. We're also looking at a design array. Western countries only ship in specific amounts of designs. So we want to give you the opportunity to create further designs to really capture and value all the customers' needs and wants. Finally, we're looking at consumer preferences. No one knows the Chinese consumer better than the Chinese themselves. You should be able to create a specific product aligned with the culture of the Chinese and their overall beliefs of what the consumers need.
We need to identify potential business strategies to ensure that we remain innovative as well as growing within an evolving and constantly changing marketplace. We've come up with 3 specific business recommendations that not only are feasible within your current and available infrastructure, but also align with your strategy and business model. These consist of leveraging the Wensil Gifts co-limited product business segment, utilizing the technology, as well as expanding and leveraging the international and geographical markets. Let's dive into leveraging this business segment. The margins associated with this business segment are substantial, and they should be used to reinvest into new potential market opportunities, as well as used to compensate for seasonal and other discrepancies that may exist within the current business model. Furthermore, the gift concept of individuals' purchasing power parity increasing due to individuals wanting to spend more on others as opposed to themselves should be leveraged and used to the competitive advantage to further entice consumers to use the gift market that we are proposing through this specific business segment. And lastly, the silk value associated with the high-end luxury brand concept should be further relayed to consumers to identify and develop that strong position within the consumer's minds. Moving on to utilizing advanced technology, and specifically inventory management, we believe that costs can be substantially reduced, as well as contributing to a more efficient and productive bottom line. Next, production processes and efficient operating optimization practices should also be identified to incorporate and contribute to increased bottom line. And lastly, the technological gap that exists between us and foreign companies can be further reduced by expanding and utilizing as well as leveraging the advanced technology and infrastructure that is in place within the firm. And last, expanding to oriented geographical locations. Expansion to international markets is crucial for both the growth as well as expansion of not only the firm's brands, but also the company as a whole. We want to encourage international expansion to close geographical proximities, as well as increase brand awareness through an elemental figure that acts as a direct association to really correlate within the consumer's minds that strong and high-end brand concept to really reinforce the luxury as well as the high-end brand family culture behind every single product the firm produces.
We have looked into creating a non-family member executive and integrating them into the culture, as well as a brand expansion. But we do want to focus on succession for the third generation who will still be present in the industry. The first pillar is that we want them to work from the ground up. This gives them an opportunity to appreciate the culture and really understand the business as well. We're also looking at the opportunity to grow. We want them to pursue an internship and also rotate throughout the business so they get a 360-degree approach of really understanding the concepts and the values of the business. Finally, they must have a formal education. We understand that you have all received a formal education and that has helped better your knowledge of the industry as well as the company. This will give the third generation a better understanding of market patterns as well as the business model in general. This will then lead to a seamless transition between the second and third generation, as well as increase of their core values and finally continuing that family legacy.
Now that we have provided you with the recommendation as well as analysis, what is the firm to do tomorrow, what is the firm to do in 6 months, and what is the firm to do in 12 months? In the short term, we need to hire executives that have that strong family culture as well as identification with our values that our firm shares to ensure that it's a seamless transition and a strong family continuity concept. Moving on to the short term, we want to incorporate the Wednesday retreat to again reinforce that strong family culture within these external management figures to again have that strong family brand coupled with the market innovative ideas to really have that and achieve a strong business model. And last, as well as including family council meetings to again identify business meetings and family council procedures to identify issues that may exist within the firm, as well as potentially threats and market opportunities as well. In the medium term, we want to invest in research and development to again remain completely innovative within an evolving and changing market, and evaluate the employees to see whether the retreat had a positive effect and these individuals are beginning to incorporate that strong family culture and family continuities behind these external management figures that are implementing these market innovative ideas. In the long term, we want to start expansion to international and global markets to again increase brand awareness, as well as the market potential for new markets and new business segments, as well as continue succession planning to plan for the second generation to the third, and third to the fourth, and so on.
The contingency plan that we have laid out for our recommendation is to allow the external candidates to shadow your family members. This will ensure a slower transition in order for these external candidates to really understand your family's core values, your family brand, and as well, lastly, to ensure that and maintain your company's current success.
Now we're traveling down the Silk Road. In Malaysia, we pick up our implementation. In India, we pick up our decision criteria. And we arrive in China, which we have now gotten our solution. Today, we have established and laid out a plan to not only integrate the non-executive member or non-family executive members, but we have also implemented a brand expansion that we feel will be help your company expand and be sustainable into the future years to come. Thank you, and we now open the floor to questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you. As you well know, we recently hired a new chief executive officer who is in fact the first non-family member to hold that role in our core business. Given your emphasis on integration of that role with the family culture, what can you provide us as recommendations for the fact that that gentleman is going to be based in France when the balance of the family is based in China?
Well, the individual chose to come to this firm because he understands strong family cultures as opposed to a compensation plan where he could have achieved higher. So we understand that he believes in the family culture brand that we are currently implementing. We suggest to invite him to the country to understand the available infrastructure as well as the current business practices in addition to the family culture to really resonate with the firm as well as the family to begin implementing innovative ideas with that strong family concept and family brand continuity behind each and every decision.
And your succession plan here, thank you for this model. Very interesting. This G3, young G3 and this seamless transition. I have a question about their your philosophy that they would come in and learn the business from the ground up. This is a very big business now with a lot of divisions. Would you see them really learning from the ground up, or perhaps coming in and learning governance of these non-family leaders that really are running the business? Can you tell me the pros and cons of each, or why you choose the ground up?
We feel as though the ground up would be the most beneficial because that's how Tu started as well. She was able to see where her mother was at a young age, and if they come in at 14 or 15, we don't want them working higher up in the organization or taking away from their school or any situation like that. We want them to really understand the bottom of the company so they understand the employees and their culture first. Later, as they go through university, they could move up quicker or to a management position, but it's really about understanding the main concepts and the base of the company.
Thank you for an interesting presentation and creative and interesting ideas and suggestions for how we can move forward as a family. I have a question about the ownership. You talked quite a lot about the management level, but not so much about shareholding and ownership. Do you have any recommendations on what we should do regarding this in the future? Do you think, should there be one majority owner, or should we split it equally among different members in the family, or should we perhaps even use some of the ownership to incentivize some of these non-family managers in the future?
We believe that the ownership is an integral part of the business, so those involved in the active business should also have ownership to further align their personal goals with the business goals. So whether this involves internal management slowly successing their shares to their children, or external management to further incorporate a buy-in concept so they can define their business goals with their individual goals as well as their compensation plans. We believe this is crucial, as well should be implemented further within the medium and long term to create a strong business approach and business model that combines both internal and external management to achieve a more holistic and complete business strategy.
Can you say a little more about these 6 non-executive managers you want to hire in the next 6 months? Would they be how would they be chosen? Would it be by expertise, by industry, by geography?
We want to look at potential business segments where there's the opportunities to grow by analyzing the external environment and again hiring those individuals that have those skills as well as the criteria to help their firm grow as well as penetrate those potential markets. Those are going to constantly change with the evolving market. So you want to constantly analyze as well as determine individuals that are key, that both have those skills, but also represent the strong family values as well as a culture to have behind both, to couple in both those decisions.
Inevitably, with non-family executives coming in, there's the potential for turnover. We've had very little. How would you coach us to know the difference between evolution by bringing in new leadership that's non-family versus revolution through someone maybe that's lacking in our culture?
We feel as though the Wesley retreats that we've been talking about will be the first step in ensuring that it will be a revolution. We want to ensure that everyone understands the culture and they're in the business because they appreciate that and they appreciate what Wesley has to offer. We don't want to necessarily have people come in and change because there's so much brand innovation and you're constantly changing your business and changing your structure to adapt to the business capabilities. We believe that these retreats will be crucial to ensure that everyone understands the culture of business.
I just want to follow up. Your intense focus on what we do well is helpful. We did, however, recently make a large acquisition, and I was struck by how you think the lack of you addressing how we might integrate the opportunities that acquisition gives us here in the Chinese market.
We believe that integrating this acquisition is crucial to incorporate it into the existing business model as well as the available infrastructure. We believe that this will happen through a slow and steady process. Integration will not happen overnight, but we believe that through strong values as well as identification and reinforcement of the family culture concept, we believe that this integration will be seamless and become a complete and holistic part of the current business model.
Have you given much thought, or could you talk a little bit more about the possible negative effects of a strong family culture, both on the family and on the business?
I think there could be a negative impact just because everyone has a similar view, and if you instill a culture among everyone, it takes away from the diversity. However, the business meetings will be in hand to ensure that everyone has a chance to talk about what they choose and they value. The business meetings are also used to ensure that the goals of the business are aligned with the goals of the individuals, to ensure, yes, there may be multiple ideas from multiple different perspectives, but the best fit for that culture and for that company will eventually pursue.
Given your focus on the family in your presentation, I have some concerns that perhaps your recommendations may make it harder for us to pursue a public market listing if we were to choose to do that in the future. How can you address that for us?
We believe that again, by addressing the market needs as well as the market opportunities, we can identify potential directors as well as strategy officers to help us pursue an IPO that will help us develop more ownership as well as equity into the firm to further develop and invest into growth opportunities as well as potential markets. But we believe that having a strong foundation of a family culture and family continuity concept, we believe that is a great opportunity to continue to branch on into the IPO, that having that strong foundational base is key.
Okay.
You answered it.
Can we talk a little bit about our role in the future? Because you're putting a lot of emphasis on the non-family executives to run the business in the future. How do you think we should approach our roles? Where should we continue influencing the development of the company?
Again, we believe that an advisor role as you continue to approach retirement is extremely crucial because you can educate the younger generations in terms of the past family successes as well as experience is key because market innovative ideas can be influential, but having that strong family history as well as the past success to jump off of and continue to platform off of is key. So an advisor role for the upper generations is key and something that we see to be pivotal within the firm going forward.
If we're going to be super successful in this international luxury branding in France and China, how are we going to incentivize these executives in the future, and will they want an ownership stake? What do you recommend?
We recommend the buying concept, so them being able to buy into the business and really be able to align their own goals with the business goals because they have a potential profit in doing so.
Any other questions from the panel? I think we're finished then. Thank you very much.
At this time, I will ask the presenting team from Wilfred Laurier to please be seated. The next presenting team from Universidad de los Andes will begin at 2:30. Thank you.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Older brother.
Yeah, this is older.
Only 11 months, so it was a close call.
I am the older brother of all three of my siblings, so
You're the older.
yeah, I've been getting reminded of that. I tell them that's good because I know it's coming. You want to be a consultant on aging?
He's the one that takes the most care of my mother. Very interesting.
Gets the most what?
Takes the most care of my mother.
Oh, yeah?
I was pretty healthy at 86, but she and my dad are divorced.
Where do your parents live?
He remarried, and he's between Connecticut and Mexico. And she's in Florida and just went to, not assisted, she went to a condo out of a house that's been a top adjustment. She's on a fifth floor now. She calls herself pushing 90, but she's really just over the hill of 85. Very active, but boy, did he really want to.
He lives in Ithaca, he was telling me, so he goes back and forth.
We took her skiing till she was 80, made sure that was her dream, just to ski to 80. And to go take all her family skiing on her 80th birthday when she could get lift tickets for free. You're telling me. In fact, we had to lift her off the slope every time she fell, but he made sure it happened. Really sweet.
We are back on schedule. I'm going to have to concentrate on names here because, you know, Sarah, Carlos.
About the clothing, I would actually look at them and then give them back. Give the clothes back. So we go to the outside executive. Probably pretty hard to do. It was creative. I picked up on that. Very creative. Unusual. Anybody would like to?
You've seen two of these groups?
I've actually seen
We only saw
but on my first day.
Oh, you've been here a few days.
Yeah, yeah. I saw Whitman the first day.
So they've seen two.
3 of the 4.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
What do they get if they win? Just a trophy,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Do you watch Shark Tank?
Yes.
Oh, hello. Nice to meet you.
I'm Tom. Nice to meet you.
Hello, I'm Judy Green.
Nice to meet you. I'm Tom.
Hello, I'm Judy.
Nice to meet you. I'm Tom.
Nice to meet you, I'm Judy Green.
Hi, Matthias. Nice to meet you.
This group was very charged up.
Welcome to the 5th Annual UVM Global Family Enterprise Case Competition. I request silence from the observers. Please turn off your cell phones now. At this time, I would like to ask the judges to introduce themselves by stating their name, title, and affiliation. May I please request the lead judge to start the introductions?
I'm Judy Green. I'm the president of the Family Firm Institute, a professional association of people who advise and study family enterprise.
Good afternoon. I'm Robin Tauk. I'm a third-generation co-owner of Tauk Inc. We're a 92-year upscale travel business based in Connecticut and operating in 82 countries.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Waring, CEO of Family and Business Directions in Buffalo, New York.
My name is Matthias Nordqvist. I'm professor in family business and strategy at Jönköping International Business School in Sweden. I'm also an advisor to family businesses.
My name is Adam Ifshin. I'm the CEO of DLC Management Corporation in New York.
My name is Tejas Shah, CEO of Safex Fire Services Limited, India.
Thank you. I'd now like to introduce the team from Universidad de los Andes. The team will have 20 minutes to present. A 20-minute timer clock is located at the front of the room to my left. At 20 minutes, I will stand indicating the end of presentation time. You may take up to 30 seconds to complete your last sentence. Judges then have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. I will signal when 1 minute is left. The team from Universidad de los Andes may now start their presentation.
When I was little, my dad used to always say yes to everything I wanted from everything. So it's kind of my favorite word.
Yes is a word that makes you dream. It's a word that opens the world to you. And mainly, it is a word that avoids conflict. However, is it a perfect word to lead a business and to make decisions? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good afternoon, Hong Yang. Thank you for coming. I want to introduce you to my team, Daniela Escallon, the expert coach, Carlos Morales, expert in finance and strategy, and myself, Sara Marquez, expert brand manager. Together, we are consultantes, and we're here to talk about Wensley Group's future. I want to start by telling the rest of the jury a little bit about your family's current situation and context. Wensley Group was founded in 1993. It started as a textile company. However, they diversified to different industries, such as properties, imports and export, building materials, and even pharmaceuticals. So it's a very diversified company. However, then they sold some of the companies, so now they don't have properties or imports and exports, but they do, however, still have pharmaceuticals. This is the family tree. At the top is Shen, her mother, which started the company. Then comes Hong Xia, that is married with Wang, and Hong Yan, that is married with Li. So they are all together part of the business in different positions, and they work well because, well, it is a small family, as you can see. It is not very complex. So in terms of family, well, everything sounds good. The major positions of the family inside the company are Hong Yang, which is the board of directors chairwoman, sorry. Her mother gave her that position. The president is her husband, Li, and then the CEO is an external from a very important silk company in France. So he has a lot of experience in the industry, and he has a lot of knowledge about the silk consumer industry, production, manufacture, everything. The ownership is divided between family members and non-family members. However, the majority is in the hands of the family members, the 90% of the ownership. There's only one majority stakeholder, which is Shen. The rest of the family is not very clear how many shares they have, but they are all minority shareholders. And the external members, there are 2 external members that have 10% together. So in total, there is a total of 8 shareholders of the company. Their strategic goals are focusing on garments, printing and dyeing, and biotech, which is the part of pharmaceuticals I was talking about before. They want to focus on the garments market. Garments are like things made out of silk. It could be like scarves or like the other things you like for accessories. Also building materials and a cultural mall. And in terms of brands, they have 3 brands, which is Wensi Garments, Wensi Biotech, and Nanfag Homeland Building Materials. So in terms of structures, they do have a board of directors. As I said, the chairwoman is Hong Yang, and they also have a family meeting. So they have this balanced structure in terms of governance. And now, moving on to the issues, I want to tell you a little bit about the story of the family. Hong Yang's mother, Shen, started from scratch. So she started working in these companies, in the steel companies. However, the country was still very conservative, so an anti-capitalism movement made her lose her job. So she said yes to a lower position in the same family, in the same company that was, I think, dining hall cleaner. So she actually started as a dining hall cleaner. She said yes to this position. But then China changed and it evolved. So she started acquiring some steel companies and created this huge company. And then she told her daughter, Han Yang, if she wanted to be a part of this company. She said yes, even though at the beginning you didn't want it to be part of the company. You wanted to start a business with your friends. However, you still said yes. Then you offered your mom this situation where the company could focus on the core competences instead of diversifying so much. And your mother actually said yes, and you began focusing on these core competences only and just closing the rest, selling the rest of the business. And then here's the dilemma of accepting to create a luxury brand. Well, it was also a yes. They have already started this luxury brand. They have done so many things such as e-commerce, and like it's a very well created brand. However, this chain of yes has led to a lot of things, such as family complex, business complexity, and structures. I'm going to let you with Daniela, our expert, to tell you about the issues.
Thank you, Sarah. So, to tell you about the issues, and as Sarah told you before, there is a family complexity at the first place. Why is that? Because I don't know if you're aware of it, but you have different life stories with your sister. Your mom chose you, you are the chosen one to be the successor of the company. And that brings that you have different life stories and different roles in your life. But on the other hand, this is a family complexity because inside the company, there are a lot of different interests. Why is that? Because your mom always wanted to expand, always wanted to think into another line of businesses, another line of businesses, but you want to focus. So you have different state of minds. You're a state of mind focused, and your mom is a state of mind expanded. And you always say that you want the unity and the harmony inside the family, but the truth is that you have never been sincere in the communication. Why is that? Because you have said yes to everything. Also, there is a business complexity,
And it's high because, of course, there is a big business. There's a lot of line of businesses. There's a lot of employees. And right now, something is happening, and it's a psychological topic that right now is happening a groupthink. What is that? And in this family business, everyone says yes to everyone, and no one asks why they are saying yes or why they are making decisions. And finally, there is a governance structure. The governance structure is ineffective because even if you have a board of directors right now, the board is not working. Why is that? Because right now, the only person that is making the decision is you and your husband. And no one is asking why you're making these decisions. No one is making a criteria about these decisions. So this brings, if the family complexity is high and the business complexity is high, and actually there is no governance structure, the risk for the future of the company is also very high. So the dilemma is right now, dilemma is say yes to create a Chinese luxury brand, but actually this is the real dilemma here. No yet. The real dilemma is our current situation, our current structure is effective. We have established two alternatives for this really dilemma. The first one is keep the current structure of the family. Yeah, of course, if we keep the structure of the family, we will have a good harmony inside the family business, and the decisions will keep basic. But the truth is that we keep the structure of the family. The groupthink will continue. The conflicts of interest may arise because what do you think if we keep the board of directors structure, and if someone says no to something, maybe there will problems arise inside the company. And finally, the business will answer time. But on the other hand, if we make a new structure, maybe the cons is that, of course, if we make a new structure, the process will take time. It will be much longer than we want. But the truth is that if we make a new structure, decision-making process is established. The succession plan is we want to create a succession plan for the future of the company, and it will be a better communication, and it will be better for the future of the company. So our proposal is we have to learn how to say no. And for that, I will let you with Carlos, who's the expert in the area.
Thank you, Daniela. So regarding the action plan that we are proposing right now with the company, it is divided in 4 steps. And the 4 steps are regarding, we are striving to do perfect processes and to make them work. And that's what we want to do with the 4 steps. So the first one would be to create a project evaluation, because right now we're taking a decision of a luxury brand without actually taking into account marketing conditions or customers' preferences. What we have identified is that because we don't want to take blindfolded decisions, and is that we have for evaluating an investment alternative or to creating a luxury brand inside a company which is new and needs a lot of investment, we need to evaluate the operational viability, and maybe we have it. And also we have to evaluate the financial viability, and maybe you already have it too. But there are some facts that teach us, and that we have learned already, that Chinese people from China is the second world consuming luxury brand of the world. But none of the Chinese brands are right now in the 75 ranking of luxury brands. So taking this risk of creating a Chinese brand, since Chinese has been famous for reducing costs, for being efficient, for being productive, for reducing production costs. So what would let us think that the solution would be to create a luxury brand with a Chinese sign, since not even Chinese people consume Chinese brands as luxury. So what we want to create and what we are proposing is the project evaluation, since we need some structure and we need financial, true, heavy, and deep information about the decision that we are making, which is a lot of investment. How are we going to do it? We need to hire a market research study, since we don't know the actual customer, how they feel about a new brand, a Chinese brand. And also, what we need is to analyze the results with the board of directors, the CEO, and global industry experts, since we need to know and we need to be aware that the Chinese luxury brand is something that we are introducing and that is different, and that customers actually don't know. This needs to be done now, and we really want to emphasize on this, that this study needs to be done right now, and it could take between right now, like starting right now, and 2 months, since we need to analyze a lot of the cash flow projections and the investment that we need to know right now, so that we can evaluate if the project is profitable or not. Also, we need to do this with the board of directors, the CEO of the company, which is really has a lot of expertise, the CFO of the company, and I and me as a financial strategic consultant. Second, we need to do a redesign, and in this process, I will let Sarah, our design expert, to explain it.
So maybe the project evaluation can turn out to be positive or negative. And we need to redesign our brand, the brand Phoenix, based on that. So if it turns out negative, we need to analyze new markets, new products, and new segments. Maybe the Chinese top high-end consumers do not like Chinese brands. Maybe they like French brands. But maybe there is a huge market in the mass market of silk consumption. So redesigning the brand based on the analysis could be crucial for the brand's future. If it turns out to be positive, there's some things that still need to be changed. For example, if you see a luxury brand such as Giorgio Armani, and you then go to a pharmaceutical thing and you see Giorgio Armani Biotech, like Giorgio Armani loses all of its credibility in the perfume industry. You cannot link two brands that are totally different in business areas, and this is more extreme if it is a luxury brand. So you need to choose only one segment, as a luxury brand cannot be luxury, mid-range, and mass market. It needs to focus only on one segment. And also rethinking the brand name. Maybe choosing a brand name that sounds more like maybe French, like a brand name that if Chinese people don't trust Chinese luxury brands, a name that would make them trust this brand. So based on the results, you could modify the brand, and then this process could be done with global brand managers of luxury brands. It will take approximately 2 months, and it will be done by the CEO, by Tu, and by me, the expert brand manager. The third step is writing a family constitution, which now Carlos will explain.
So, we know that writing a family constitution is a really long process, and that it is a process because you need to get to talk and to get the family talking and communicating between each other. So the reason why we're proposing this is because there are some shareholders implications, and the shareholders distribution is right now being an issue for the family, since it's concentrated and there's a governance power concentrated right now. Also, we have identified that, as we have already said, there's no succession plan established, since the succession actually was made by your mother, but it was verbally, and she just decided the way it was going to be and the time that it was going to be, but it had no criteria, or it was not established in a organized way or manner. And also because we want to avoid the informal strategic decision making. So we know that it's a long process, but we have already planned this, and we believe that creating a criteria definition for the family for the succession plan to establish the real ownership and how does the ownership affects the shareholders' position and the way that this affects the power and the governance that they have inside the board will lead us to manage the firm the way it should be, the way it should be managed. Also, what we want to establish and to make and to become organized with the decision is the decision-making process. Since right now, since the family meetings are working, there is no conflict. You agree with your mother in the way that things should work within the company, but in the moment that your mother doesn't agree you, is not agree with you, the problems may arise. And since she has the majority of the shares, there's a governance problem in that situation that we need to address by the family constitution. This needs to be done by the family members, since this is maybe the most important issue in a family constitution writing process, to make everyone agree. And that's why we have planned that it should last between 1.5 years to 2 years, because we know it's a process, and that we know that everybody needs to be aware of what's going on and where they're putting their signature on. So what we're proposing is that in this family constitution, we need to address 4 issues. The first one would be the family, since we know we have to evaluate the values, and we know that this is very important due to your culture. Also, we need to evaluate the decision making, since we need to formalize it. Then the third step would be to analyze the ownership, since it is a major issue. And finally, to establish criteria to create a succession plan that is successful. What we want to do in the 4th step of this process is to make the board of directors actually work. Since right now, the family meetings is the one that is making the board work. We want to distribute and to evaluate the distribution of the shares and the implication that it has on the government. This will last around 3 months. It will be done by us as a consulting group with the board of directors, and it is done to solve the group thinking and the hiring of the externals. What we want to do is to create balance within, and this is what we're really trying to communicate here. We need some balance on the board. A major issue that we see is the shareholders' council. We need a shareholder council to guarantee that the future of the company is led because we have financial information to make decisions. And this will be the main timeline to create and to establish this plan. Since we know that the family constitution takes a lot of time, but it's a process, and we can do it as we go along the way. What we really want to create is balance. And this is our message. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's important that you're taking a look at the governance issues, certainly. I have a question, though, relative to what I think you may be inferring, and I want to check in with you, is it implied that if someone has a majority of stock, that we would necessarily have governance issues, or can good governance exist even with a majority shareholder?
We have evidence from analyzing the case that the family meetings are difficult. There are issues in the family meetings, and externals need to be present and need to work in the family meetings so they can work out their problems and the issues between the daughter and mother. So we make the assumption that since the majority of the shares were held by the mother, since the family meetings work, the company works. But if we come to a situation where they don't agree in the decision making, the majority shareholders make the decision. They are the ones in charge. They are the ones creating the governance power, and we need to balance that.
Can I go? Yeah, please. Thank you very much for an interesting presentation, and I think you covered many important things for us. I have a question about our current non-family CEO, Mr. Bonifan. If he decided to leave the business, do you think that we have the capabilities within the family to take over, or should we go out and hire a new non-family executive? And if we did that, what would be the main challenges and the main points we should think about?
We think that you do not have the capabilities of carrying the business on your own, because you do need this expertise of the industry and of luxury. So if Bonafide went out of the business, then you would have to hire another external, probably an external, or an Occidental external, to balance like the cultural difference and have different points of view. The challenge, as it said also in the case, is motivating this external to join the company in China, as you're not offering any shares, and like the payment, I don't know if it's very competitive, but a way to motivate this external would be to let him think that it is his project, his creation of this brand, and like he wouldn't have this freedom anywhere else in the world.
Thank you.
So I'd like to follow up on that, and something you point out in your presentation about our business, that it's very hard and you don't see a pathway for a Chinese luxury brand in China. I was wondering why you didn't address the potential use of the French brand that we recently acquired to bridge that gap. Can you talk about that a little bit, please?
We thought about it. Actually, using the French brand is a great idea. However, you do have a lot of infrastructure in China that you need to use. So the best way to sell these made in China products are in China, because you can create a name there and then export. However, you need to start there. So yes, the French brand is a great option, but you cannot depend 100% on made in France.
I have a question, sort of how do you get from here to there? So this is a pretty complicated plan, and I know you said you'd work through the board of directors, but could you say more about that process? Would it be one-on-one interviews? How would you actually get everyone on board to this?
We believe that as a consulting and balance team, since she's an expert in coaching, she's an expert in design, which is important in luxury brand, and I'm an expert in strategy and finance, we are capable to conduct this kind of research that needs to be done by consulting. So, but what we are trying to do is to, first of all, solve the main and most urgent problem for the firm, that is to evaluate the profitability of a new luxury brand, and then focus on how are the roles of each family member affecting the governance. So what we think that would be the best way to do would be by first creating individual interviews, but we have for the group thing thought about activities, like a group of activities in which you can actually communicate without any sort of difficulty or any sort of pressure, and also to involve within these meetings a devil's advocate, since a big message of our presentation was that saying no can be helpful, since a devil's advocate actually doesn't create tension, it actually gives you perspective. And that's what we're trying to do, like to give perspective to the family and to raise awareness about the governance issues that are already taking place. So to address actually the answer, the question, it would be first individually and then in a group activity.
Thank you. Questions?
I guess as the daughter of this family business, I think we've been taking a lot of calculated risk over the years in going into the luxury market. China is now a world leader. If we don't take this step, one of our competitors could. I was a little concerned that you put the brakes on that so much just for the Chinese market. How would we balance this, since balance is really one of your great messages? We don't want to miss this opportunity.
We are not actually telling you not to go into the luxury business. We're telling you to analyze first the situation. So our recommendation is not don't go there. It's think about it first, discuss it in a way that there's arguments in favor, against. So just see the bigger picture, see which consumer exactly you're targeting and how many consumers are they, to see profitability of the business. So to see how you can address it better. Not, yes, our recommendation is not yes or no.
You said you thought there might be some conflict that would arise as you get into this. Where do you think that's most likely to be? Where are the flashpoints? Where are the places where you think conflict is most likely to arise, whether it's between people or on topics, or what are you predicting?
Okay, so assuming that there's going to arise conflict, which is really a possibility, I think that the main place where problems could arise would be around governance, maybe, since decision making has been done and conducted by your mom and then by you, but we are assuming that family meetings will always work and that the dynamics of the family meetings are keeping the family together. But it is risky. It creates a lot of risk since it's not such a firm and a powerful structure. A shareholders council, a family constitution, actually is a truly hard and powerful structure, since when you write the family constitution, you're agreeing rules to follow. So I believe that the biggest problem would be governance, but it should be addressed with the family constitution. We know it will take time, but it's the feasible and most important solution that we agree on this case.
Given the time that you pointed out earlier, the careful construction of a family constitution would take, and given the rate at which our business has changed historically, what alternatives can you provide to us in the interim?
Given the conflicts that might arise, the alternative way would be to conduct an emergency family meeting in which the topics would be discussed, not in depth, but discussed, so that your family can just look at a bigger picture. So, yeah.
And also we can do a lot of activities of coaching. They're like for solving their group think. These activities are very, very good for the family because you will be aware that no one thinks at the same way. And it is very, very enriching for the company and for the family as well.
Given your consulting firm, where do you see us in 10 years?
Where do we see you in 10 years? Given that we have created a family constitution and a shareholders council, this guarantee that the firm would actually look after the financial status of the firm and that people will actually be involved in the way that the firm takes step by step. Since the family constitution creates a way for you to follow rules and for family members to follow rules, and it establishes rules of entry to the governance, to the family, to the company, and to the shareholder, to the ownership. It should organize the way that the firm is going to grow in the future. That's the way that we see it.
Thank you very much. Interesting presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, I will ask the presenting team from Universidad de los Andes to please be seated. The next presenting team will begin at 3:30.
To go back where we were, right?
What's up? We keep them. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat some really quick. I'm like,
Okay.
Sitting comfortably next to each other? Or are you actually punching her on your side?
Just copy it. Grad is not a.
Sorry? Ah.
I should be.
Sometimes just boy, boy.
Yeah, right.
We're Concordia things, right? I think we are. Shall we move on?
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, we could. Yeah. Spread out a little bit if we want. Do we have enough room?
Beautiful.
I have a feeling we're about to hear two very good presentations. Get a little feedback. Is that a movie or a picture?
Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you.
Hi, good to see you again. Michael. Nice to meet you.
Welcome to the 5th Annual UVM Global Family Enterprise Case Competition. I request silence from the observers. Please turn off your cell phones now. At this time, I would like to ask the judges to introduce themselves by stating their name, title, and affiliation. May I please request that the lead judge start the introductions?
Good afternoon, team. My name is Michael Bergfeld from Munich, Germany. Before I introduce myself, I'll hand over to the entire jury, and I'll go last.
The jury. Welcome. My name's Chuck Tauk. I'm a graduate of University of Vermont and a third-generation member of a 93-year-old family firm. We've been engaged in family succession planning and family business issues for over 20 years.
Hello, my name is Hester Kuipers. I'm one of the owners of a fourth-generation Dutch family company producing machines, developing machines, but also making Holland's best cigars for more than a century now.
Hi, I'm Rob Russell. I'm Managing Director of Greystone and Servicing Company. My responsibilities are CMBS.
Hi, I'm Leslie Sullivan, and I spent about 25 years working in the institutional money management business, primarily with American Express Asset Management, and I'm an alumna of the University of Vermont.
Great. So the academic on the panel, Michael Bergfeld, Professor of Family Business in Munich. We're also at the Center of Family Business, and I'm an advisor to family businesses, especially in Asia. But more importantly, we're very happy to have you here. Bring in all your energy. We're looking forward to your solution, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you. I'd now like to introduce the team from Asade School of Business. The team will have 20 minutes to present. A 20-minute timer clock is located right here at the front of the room to my left. At 20 minutes, I will stand up indicating the end of the presentation time. You may take up to 30 seconds to complete your last sentence. I will indicate that emotion. Judges then have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. I will signal when 1 minute is left. The team from Asade School of Business may now start their presentation.
Good afternoon, the mother, Shan, and the daughter, Tu, and your husband, Lee. We are Asade consulting firm. This is Michael from Canada, Diego from Costa Rica, and myself from Masaki. It's a great pleasure to be here to talk about the family business today. I'm gonna starting with how we understand your family, your business and your family, and the relationship between family and the business. And Diego will continue talking about the issues that we are seeing in your family business. And Michael will conclude the presentation with having some alternatives and giving the recommendations. And as a starting, let me talk about the history of your empire. We understand the company has picked two phases. The first phase, starting from 1975, which was led by the mother Shen, you started the business from the small silk factory to start your empire and made a lot of diversification, including asset management and financial investment. And as a second phase, led by the daughter Tu, also the lead, the focus of the company was the focus on core competencies, which was silk industry, and you created a lot of ventures within the silk business. And throughout the time, we see the really strong entrepreneurial spirit in the company, which made the company enabled to create significant growth over the time. However, I'm gonna stop talking about the business today, because as family business consultants, we believe the objective of today's meeting is this. As Wellesley Group reinvests itself into Wellesley Mason, a unified family vision is needed to ensure family success. So let me talk about family values. We see there's a lot of strong values that each of the Shen families sharing each other. Without saying there is entrepreneurial spirit, business, which are connecting family members together, also integrity, tenacity, intelligence, and also importantly, the family members are always respect each other to make the one unified family relationship. And these are the 6 elements that we understand the relationship between family and the business. The first, the governance. Second, roles and management practices, mindset, communication, and succession. For governance, this family business has family meeting and board of directors, including the external members or non-family members. Roles in the company. There is always an absolute leader, starting from Shen and transmitted to the daughter and your husband, Tu and Lee. Management practices. We see the companies already invited the external CEO as to lead the company with a different perspective from external. The mindset of the company we put here is, especially from the second phase, the focus on core competencies, which is silk business. Communication. The discussions are very openly discussed. However, we also see some of complications because of the misalignment of the vision between the generations. Last but not the least, succession. The power is clearly transmitted from the first generation to the second generation to and lead. However, the ownership is still not clearly stated. So let me pass the floor to Diego to explain how we see the issues of your family business.
Thank you, Masaki. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here, both Shen, Lee, and Tu. We believe that one thing that you have to clearly understand, and this is absolutely because of your great doings as great managers, is that over time you have transferred from being great managers to leading the family business from the highest level of strategy. And that highest level of strategy transmit to your ownership, to the responsibilities that you have as owners to lead the business forward. And we think that the issues that we will present today focus more on the ownership side, because you have slowly given management roles to external members. You've hired a successful CEO to take over the transformation of the firm into a more luxury brand. And you are now in this highest level of strategy, and we believe that you should focus on this for the future. So one of the things that led us to understand the possible issues that we'll see in your business is that although you are a small family, you have discovered that with time, your great capacity, your great entrepreneurial spirit has led you to increase the size of the business dramatically. You have been able to diversify the business, you have taken it internationally, and you have done this with great work, with what we were saying before about being great managers. At the same time, although the business has increased, the complexity of the business has increased, you have not followed through with increasing also the institutionalization and the governance roles in order to keep balance in the business. So we see that when adding the family complexity with the business complexity, there is not enough institutionalization, rules, and governance structures in place. So the potential risks are very high. And just to highlight how this has played over time, the first issue that we see is that there is disalignment in the vision between first generation and second generation. Mother Shen, through your early stages in the company, you build a tremendous amount of value. You build this from a small silk factory into a business highly diversified with a portfolio of investments in real estate, in biotech, etc. And you had a clear vision of having a firm that was heavy on the assets in the balance sheet, and you open your core competencies to take on more activities. But with time, as two, when you came into the firm, you had different visions. You had grown in the silk and you found passion in silk. And you managed with your husband, Lee, to talk to your mother, and in some point, you were able to change the strategical direction of the company. And by selling some of the assets that were generated by your mother, we believe that there was some value lost in that process. Because some of the more successful branches of the business, that is the real estate, the hospitals, the biotech, started funding the growth of this new transition into a luxury fashion company. Although we do see that you have built this successfully, also with the hiring of the external CEO, and the future is bright now that you have reshaped the strategy and the vision of the company. But what will assure us that in the future, this cannot be eroded again? We believe that focusing on aligning the vision of the family needs to be up there, important in our to-do list, so that the generations are well aligned. Secondly, we believe that there is maybe some lack of clear succession rules. From the first generation, Shen, you were direct at educating both of your daughters, but you clearly saw the social leadership in Tu, and you invested in her education, both as with international opportunities in Japan, and she inherited your social leadership and your management position as the head of the business. We also believe that Lee and Tu make a great team, and they're spouses that met inside the business, and together they have been acting cohesively as a single member. Now, in the third generation, we see this as a potential risk because we don't know, there's no clear distinction of the path of succession from the second to the third generation. And your sister, Hong Xia, can also have very talented sons that could take over the leadership of the company in the future. So it's really important to discuss these issues, and Michael will tell you some of the recommendations that we have regarding this issue. The third issue is that we believe that with time, with the increase of this business is growing super fast, it's becoming international, it's actually outpacing the capacity of the family to absorb the important management and also ownership roles that need to be covered so that this growth is sustainable and is healthy. And we believe that it's important for you to understand that there is this difference in the pace of growth, and we believe that there is a possible risk because some family members might become jaded with this extreme growth, especially those in the third generation. Now I will pass on the floor to my colleague Michael, which will give you some recommendations.
Thank you, Diego, for sharing some of the issues that we see with potential issues coming up with the family. Shen, Mother, Lee, and Tu, thank you for having us here. Please accept our recommendations with the utmost humility and understand that change comes from the inside, it comes from you. Our job here is to point out the issues and some recommendations that we believe are appropriate given some of the potential issues that we see. Now, recall the first issue that Diego had spoken about. He said there was a misalignment of vision between generation 1 and generation 2. And what happened was we grew a big amount of value, and then the transition from generation 1 to generation 2 resulted in some erosion of value. Our job today is to suggest systems and put systems in place to ensure that come the transition to generation number 3, there's a smooth transition and you can build upon what already existed in generation 2. Also recall, in the governance, it was structured such that there was family meetings. However, in those family meetings, there were external parties, including members of the communist government and outside friends. And our recommendation is to set up a family council with a very small group of the family. We mean that as Shen, Mother, your 2 daughters, and their husbands. And we believe that having this smaller, intimate group will allow for very frank, open discussions that, especially in Chinese culture, in very open discussions, we don't want members to lose face if outside parties are privy to some of the very sensitive matters that we're going to discuss. So, our priority number 1 is to reduce the number of members in the family council. And we believe that we will speak about issues with frank openness, and some disadvantages is that the members may feel excluded, although we believe that keeping the family meeting structure that already existed in place is appropriate. Now, let's talk about discussing power succession between branches. This is an important discussion that we need to have, that between the transition from generation 1 to generation 2 was smooth, and these topics, we believe, need to be discussed for a smooth transition between generation 2 and generation 3. Lastly, we believe initiating the drafting of a family constitution will be very important in that it will provide guidance for the future. And though it might cause potential conflicts, we see the benefits outweighing the risks in this situation. Now, we've ranked the feasibility, here we are, from high, medium, and high. We believe these are feasible options and very important for the first 2, and also quite important for the second. Now, drafting the Constitution. Remember, Diego talked to you about the paradigm of management and ownership, viewing the company both from a management point of view and from an ownership point of view. And we believe that today, you guys are the owners of the company. The management of the company is taken care of. It is run very well with the help of an external CEO who has great experience from Hermes. And we believe that it is important to set the structures up so that each of the family members coming into the business they're groomed for ownership, not for management. And we believe that setting up a fund for education, for formal practice, for formal and practical, preparing the members to become owners will be really important in the future success of the company. The next point we want to talk about is training them as managers within the company, and not for the end game of being managers, but as I said earlier, for the end game of being owners, successful owners within the business, and setting out these rules and regulations within this family constitution that will allow for clear guidance into the future, for clarity's sake. And while we believe that there is a limitation for individuals' freedom to choose, and that maybe kids will feel that they were pigeonholed into becoming part of the family, into working into the family business, we believe that delineating these items is of utmost importance. Lastly, the early adoption of ownership responsibilities. We believe that steps 1 and 2 will create this environment where the new generations of the family will feel like owners, and we believe that the clear transition from generation 2 to 3 will be more successful as a result. Next, the third point that Diego talked about was the complexity of the business growing tremendously, and the family, the size of the family hasn't quite matched that. Now, one of the big challenges today with the business decision that is currently going on with the implementation of the new scarf division and fashion expansion into different parts of the world, and taking a Chinese brand and making that global, we believe that a stronger, professional, more professional, let's say, board of directors will be key to establishing future success with the company. Now, the current members, Mother Shen, Uncle Bojun, daughter Hongxia, spouse of Hongxia, daughter Tu, and the spouse of Tu, we believe that right now you're doing a perfect job on the board, but we do believe that including outside members will make the board stronger in its ability to help with strategy and in the decision-making, in terms of making strong, powerful decisions based on analysis, rigorous analysis, and good insights from previous experience and expertise. Now, we suggest having an outside member with experience in internationalizing Chinese firms, and we believe that the relationships of having a friend with strong experience would be beneficial. Lastly, we believe in experience in luxury and retail, someone with expertise in said field will complement the already rigorous experience that the CEO has and will help internationalize the firm even further and more successfully. Now, when we look at the timeline of this implementation, I think of utmost importance is establishing the family council and reducing the members so that the strong discussions can be had regarding the future, regarding the items I talked about, including legitimizing power and talking about the power between branches. We believe that's important because, as was shown, a strong transition of power from Gen 1 to Gen 2, Generation 1 to Generation 2, we believe having a clear delineation to Generation 3 will help. So that's why that should come first. Now, having the council of the smaller members. And in the second phase, which will take a little bit longer because these topics take quite a while to discuss, is having the discussion between who will take over in the second generation, in the third generation, from the second generation. We believe now, after this is in place, we can draft the family constitution and we can begin that discussion. We believe from a point of view of professional directors, once the family council is established and the roles are rather the key issues that need to be brought up and they've been resolved just from a family council point of view, we believe that the professionalization of the board can begin as the company looks more stable from an outside point of view, bringing outside people in, and it'll be easier to have the discussions, the hard discussions without the externals. Yeah, pardon me. Our final thoughts, the screen seems to have disappeared. Yeah, oh, okay. Our final thoughts. We believe that the issues outlined, you might be wondering, why didn't we talk more about the expansion of the business? And why didn't we talk more about the strategy of why how we should be implementing the SCARs and the expansion and all of that? But we believe that getting the house in order, resolving issues within the family, and resolving issues for future generations will give the family a stronger base. And that unified voice in the family will be able to transfer over to the board of directors so that the board of directors and the future management will be in a strong and unified position to succeed in the future. We thank you very much and look forward to seeing you succeed.
So first of all, thank you very much for flying over all the way from Spain. We do appreciate your presentation and all the thoughts that you've shared with us. Let's assume for a second that I'm Hongxia, okay? You've spoken a lot about the education of the next generation, i.e. G3. Now, unfortunately, I have to share with you that I had dinner with my 2 children yesterday, and they're actually more interested in having Hermes bags than being entrepreneurs and having an entrepreneurial spirit. So while I and my sibling in this generation, we can maintain the entrepreneurial spirit, what happens if our children are not interested, if they will not maintain that entrepreneurial spirit over time? We've built this conglomerate with many, many different divisions. What shall we do if they simply decide to do something else? And what's the potential role of our new CEO of the silk business, Mr. Bonfond, in this context? I don't want to see the family being totally dependent upon him in the future. How do we mitigate that, and how do we go about potential non-interest of our 3rd generation?
Okay, well, we believe that that although 3rd generation members can have that desire to go and explore the world, and they're already being educated in Europe and wanting to see the world, it's important to fall back on the core values of the family. And this is why we established a smaller family council, one where not only yourself, but also your sister and your spouses can be in it, so that there is a clear transition of how the values will be shared on to your kids. At the same time, we believe that we have instituted not only a good board of directors that has outside members who will most likely also have experience as the external CEO, and this will bring in a healthy debate so that the board of directors is maintained Chinese, so that the situation of the country and the situation of the culture is discussed among people that share this culture, and that can somehow challenge the views of the external CEO. And finally, we do believe that although the 3rd generation can have desires to work outside the company, that should be seen as a virtue, because as they go out and explore the world and maybe work for other companies, they will bring more to add to the family if they come back as owners. And that is our highlight, is that everyone can pursue a career, everyone can pursue their own dreams, and if your family values are intact, and if the legacy of your mother is passed down to your sons, they will feel that they want to come back to the family and add on to this legacy for future generations.
Excuse me. You were speaking of power within the company and the focus on the family council. Could you clarify the power as it pertains to management versus the power as it pertains to ownership and governance? I was confused as to where that power originates by members of the family.
Okay, so when we talked about the family council, we talked about a forum for having strong discussions pertaining to different visions that exist within the family. And the goal of the family council would be to come up with a unified vision for where they see strategically the company going. Now, with that unified vision, it would then be, let's say, passed on to the board of directors, who would then execute the business decisions, pardon me, to make that happen. Just in summary, the family council would govern the family and issues pertaining to the family, and then that unified voice would then be handed over to discuss to the board of directors, who would take care from the business point of view.
Okay. Have you thought about how you can secure a long-term commitment of our CEO Bonifon? Have you thought about how you can secure a long-term commitment of our CEO Bonifon to our company?
Well, Mr. Bonifon was clear in that this was a new challenge, in that there was also the challenge of him of not only embarking on an international adventure or challenge, so to say. Also, there's economic benefits to his position as CEO. It is a growing company, and in that there are policies that can be put in place so that he can be part of the upside, so that if the company grows, he will have also economical benefits as he transitions that company in terms of growth and profitability. And also, I believe that he has the opportunity of doing something that no one ever has done. And he is the first Frenchman to work together with a Chinese company to secure back what was once the glorious Silk Road. And this is something that we believe will bring enough incentives, added the ones I previously mentioned, so that he can be with the company in the long term.
Thank you. My question is somewhat related. If we're going to recruit, and it seems like we will have to, some senior external managers, external to the family, what type of compensation plan should we put in to incentivize them so that they meet the family's goals?
Thank you for that question. I think that the discussion should be held with the new hiring external management will be the similar discussion that we had, that Joe family had, the French CEO right now. It's not about the size of the company as of now, or how you pay well to those management, but it's how the company is seeing the vision for coming the 5 years and 10 years, maybe 20 years as a family business. So it can be convinced. I mean, the discussion can be going to the talking about the vision of the family business, and also the vision of the family, which was represented by the family council. So that not only about the economic side, but the passion of the managers will be lead the successful agreement when the company hired a new external CEO management.
So when you spoke about options to consider within the family council, you talked about discussing power succession between the branches and talked about the fact that there can be possible conflict that results. We'd like to avoid as much conflict as we can. And I'm interested in knowing what type of conflict you've seen come up and what you might do to mitigate the risk of that occurring.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. So in talking about policies regarding succession and legitimizing power between branches, our ultimate goal of that is actually to reduce conflict in the future. Now, we believe that when talking about such sensitive issues, people always have a way of internalizing those issues on themselves and feeling bad about those issues. And that sense of feeling bad can be then can then fester into conflict. So what we strive to do in setting out these topics is having these blunt discussions and these open discussions, but then getting agreement amongst the family so that in the future, the family can behave as one unified, harmonious unit. And we believe that having these discussions up front can mitigate the potential, the larger unchecked challenges in the future.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you very much. We have 1 minute left, and then the family has to get onto a call. So very quick answer from three of you. Why do you want to work for us? And what's your long-term interest in getting this assignment? Can you start, Michael?
Yeah, absolutely. So from a personal point of view, I find your challenge super exciting. You're initiating this big expansion into globally, bringing a Chinese brand to the world, and I want to be part of that.
My passion is it's about this entrepreneurial spirit that the company has been performed throughout the years, and I'm really expecting that third generation will continue this strong value of the family in the future.
I think that if I'm able to reinvent myself as well as you have reinvented your company over and over again, with that same tenacity, that same seeking for the future and looking for better opportunities, with that open mind, if I can do that on a personal level in my career by working alongside you, I think I'll be honored and that will be enough for me.
What happens if we say no? No, honestly, 10 seconds?
Well, you'll always have other options, and for us, it will be a pleasure to have work with you.
The others?
We would be happy to make any discounts for your fee. So we can still continue to discuss. But okay.
Michael?
We believe strongly, if we can reiterate one more time, that your family has a lot of potential. And if you work with us to help get the family in order, we believe that you won't regret the decision.
Okay, thank you very much.
At this time, I'll ask the presenting team from Asade School of Business to please be seated. The next presenting team from John Wilson School of Business will begin at 4:15.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's really strange, but I can tell if it's
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Thank you. Huh. When is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome to the 5th annual UVM Global Family Enterprise Case Competition. I request silence from the observers at this time. Please turn off your cell phones now. I would like to ask the judges to introduce themselves by stating their name, title, and affiliation. May I please request the lead judge start the introductions?
Okay, hi, pleased to meet you. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Canada. My name is Micha. I'm from Munich, Germany, professor of family business. And I will now hand over to Chuck to introduce himself, and then the rest of the jury will also introduce themselves.
Welcome and thank you. My name is Chuck Tauk. I'm a graduate of the University of Vermont Business School a long time ago. I've been involved in a 93-year-old family firm. I'm G3. And for over 20 years, we've been engaged in all those things that are involved in succession and ownership planning.
Hello, my name is Hester Kuipers. I'm one of the 6 shareholders of fourth generation Dutch family business producing machines and also the best cigars for more than a century now.
Hi, I'm Rob Russell. I'm the managing director and head of CMBS for Greystone in New York.
Hi, I'm Leslie Sullivan, and I spent 25 years working in the institutional money management business, and I'm an alumna of the University of Vermont.
So as the academic on this panel, I wish you a lot of fun in your presentation. Bring on the positive energy. We're looking forward to what you have to present, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you. I'd now like to introduce the team from the John Molson School of Business. The team will have 20 minutes to present. A 20-minute timer clock is located at the front of the room right here to my left. At 20 minutes, I will stand up indicating the end of your presentation time, and you may take up to 30 seconds to complete your last sentence, and I will signal that with this motion. Judges then have 10 minutes to ask questions of the presenting team. I will signal when 1 minute is left for this time. The team from the John Molson School of Business may now start their presentation.
Good afternoon, audience members and the family of the Wensley family. 爱情神, Hongjiao, Hongyan, and Boyun, Yunfei,和Jianbao. Today, we're John Molson School of Business, and we're here to represent a consulting team for you. My name is Sammy Lee, and I am here with my colleagues Evan and Vinay. China has been a heritage of silk since the Silk Route, and this is what we would like to bring to you today. You have just gotten an opportunity with France to create a connection and to step into the international world. We are here today to speak to you a threefold problem statement, starting with how do you leverage the partnership between France and China through operations? How do you provide and communicate the vision of silk from China for the world? And how do you build the business growth as a whole? Threefold recommendation. It will start with a family communication. At every major decision, the family has been supportive, and it has been your core. Therefore, you need to speak together as a family to bring up what are the issues and everything before you can move forward. Also, this is your first succession plan, therefore, how to plan and create a framework later on. In terms of the business vision, your business on its own has to understand the vision, and therefore it is used to communicate it to management and employees. And finally, the creation of this cultural blend, starting with French and Chinese, but later on there will be so many other opportunities to create a harmony in this cultural difference, and also to look at your operational and how to prepare for internationalization. So let's take a look at some key findings. If we take a look at the family tree, which is all of you here today, speak to each other. If we take a look at the characteristics, 18, you have been working. You have been such a hard worker. You are the one who built this company as a whole, and now you're holding it to your daughter. This is not just between the two of you, it's a family issue. All of you have to be on the same vision and speak to you about any concern. Your sister has been very supportive and can work as an emotional supporter throughout all major decisions. Your husbands, the husband here, Yuan Hao and Jianhua, you guys have been very supportive and extremely knowledgeable in your own skills in finance and technology and R&D. Even you have produced a documentary on the silk produced in China. You are so knowledgeable, and this is what we hope that you can communicate to the world through your brand. If we take a look at this, the tradition within your family is extremely supportive, and the generation from one generation to another create a framework because you still have two sons and a daughter to think about later on. Have this vision. It's no longer Aiqing or Tu's vision. It's both of you and the family on its own. If we take a look at a cross-cultural communication within management and the business on its own, you have to speak to your employees as well as the management so that you're all on the same page. This is your first succession plan. Going from Shen to Tu, people will be shaken. You have to address that by communicating the vision. And also, Patrick Bonfond has extensive experience in international markets and knowledge in silk. This is the best opportunity to foster a bond, to communicate your vision to your management and your employees, to also consider gender. In China today, yes, a woman in power is extremely great, but sometimes in communication, we want to be very, very sensitive in how to talk about it and how to build up as much credibility as possible. If we take a look at the skill set that's provided, and if we were to create a list of perfect skill requirement for your board and to complement the current skills in the company, in law and regulation, it could help the growth of the business. In trade, in production, and in HR, someone who understands intra and intercultural businesses. So to prepare for your internationalization, consider these thoughts. If we were to harmonize the difference between French and China through the operations, we want to speak about the heritage of China. The heritage of China, you have been the hub of silk production for many, many years. If we take a look at the history of the silk route, it is when India and Brazil came in as a substitute production, and it took away the majority of your sales. But this is the time to bring it back into the market. Why? Because the fashion industry is open to innovation. It's open to fusion of designs. It is open to different materials, and it is constantly changing and innovating on designs and material through R&D, research and development. On top of this, Europe has an extremely large market and has the money to invest in luxury goods. And that is why we think this is such a great opportunity for you. Also, be present, whether it's government, whether it's trade, fair shows, anything, be present to showcase what your heritage is, China in silk. If we were to summarize, first of all, this will be your first handover meeting because of your first succession plan. To speak to the family as a whole, to understand what do they want, and to also invest in the children. Later on, if they are interested in coming into the family, to create education, to imply them into the company as early as possible so that they can understand the international world as well as the silk production industry. To align for the business as a leader, to have everybody understand now she is stepping in and she will have a say on major decisions, to communicate it to management and employee. And finally, to prepare yourself for internationalization opportunity, to foster a synergy between the French and the Chinese operations. To be able to obtain and grasp as much of your opportunity as possible, we need to be prepared. Now let's take a look a little bit deeper on the financials.
Thank you, Sammy.
Now, based on the qualitative analysis, we figured out that there's plan for you to grow internationally. Let's look at your financial understanding, what we have in the case. We really feel that you have 3 business segments, but only one business segment is really highly profitable. It's the silk gift business unit that's really profitable. So you need to focus and need to align your business structure for your company's mission. In terms of market leader, you have strong investment in R&D, technology, production capabilities, but also there is a scope because of the partnership with the French company. There's a scope for knowledge transfer, and you can really capitalize on it and gain those small marginal gains going forward. In terms of revenue growth, you have done an excellent job. 10% revenue growth from the previous year, 7% growth in the net profit. But again, this should be utilized in terms of technology so that you can streamline your value chain and also in operations. This would really help you to focus inwards, learn from the synergies, and also capitalize on the industry trends. The Chinese government is promoting Make China Great Again, simply put. So you need to capitalize on that. When we looked at the analysis through the qualitative and the financials, we came up with 4 alternatives. One was an aggressive growth, which we currently plan to do in terms of IPO. Also expand internationally. The third option was to stay in China and maintain your local sales, which are more profitable. The fourth one is to divest your non-core business units. We evaluated them on 4 key decision criteria. Again, in framing these 4 values, we wanted to stay aligned with your company's vision of promoting silk, and also the fact that you're still a family-owned businesses. So these issues were taken in consideration in developing these criteria. Now, as you can see, our recommendation to you is to expand internationally through focusing on the small gains and also leveraging your partnership. The fourth option, divest non-core business units, is more as a strategic measure, as a what-if plan going forward. Now let's look what's the risks the company is facing. So you might lose on international growth. The Chinese government is promoting the silk industry, and there are players who want to compete. You're still the market leader, you have that in it. But there are other players who might jump over and take the cake. So the mitigation for this is to knowledge transfer. Get those things from the French company. Even though they have the old technology, they still make high quality products. So you're moving from just manufacturing products to creating cultural products. There is a misalignment between the company's mission and structure. So this, we recommend that you could have divesting of these non-core business units as you have done before. Going forward, if silk is the way you want to go, so maybe you need to plan to divest the non-core business units. Also, the IPO growth. Currently, we feel that you are not ready to take up the IPO. There's so much money coming in, and a company can grow too large. So the mitigation for this is you focus internally, get the knowledge transfer done, have an organic growth. This way, you're setting up a company for international expansion in the next 4 to 5 years. I'll now pass it to Evan, who will talk to you in detail about our action plan.
Thank you, Vinay. So in terms of an action plan, we want to go back to our main recommendation, and it really involves 3 major things. First, we need to ease the connection and the succession shift within the family for future generations coming in. You've done an excellent job so far, but we want to make this better by developing a stronger framework and really making it easy for the future successors to come in and be comfortable taking over that succession role. Second, we want to look at the long-term business vision, and we feel that communicating the two's vision to management as well as the employees will really go a long way and also help and ease in addressing the operational and technological issues. Finally, we want to push this even more by creating a cultural blend with your new company that you acquired in Europe. Now, in terms of a timeline, in year 1, we really focus on the family. We want to get the family together, develop a regular family council meeting, and also discuss the expansion options. Since this is a large issue that needs to be dealt with right away, we need to discuss going the IPO route, where you may lose some ownership, versus divesting, where you can reinvest the funds from your non-core businesses to fuel that expansion. So thirdly, we're looking at discussion and succession plan, but we'll see this in more detail. In year 2, we're going to be looking at management, restructuring management, and really getting an employee communication down there. out. So this is really the business factor. And finally, we're going to look at the third factor, which is creating a cross-cultural blend. Starting with the family, there's some key stakeholders in the family, as we've seen before. But how should we use this? Well, Shen, you have a great influence with the old timers on the board. So we feel this will be very important moving forward, coming out of the family meetings with discussions. Hongxia, you have very emotional support, a lot of emotional support with your sister. We'd like you to keep this up, and we still think it's important to consult each other on business decisions moving forward. Li, you are a key representative, and you have the best relationship with Bonfond. So we think you make a really good team in terms of communicating with employees in both countries. Two, you are very good for succession communication, and we feel that you would be very good with communicating with future successors. And finally, in terms of children, we need to offer them leadership training, and eventually when they are ready, give them some voting rights before giving them the role of ownership and handing over some shares. So really, the smooth transition will involve input from all the family members moving forward. In terms of governance, we look at your current board of director and we applaud you because we feel that it's a really good governance. You have 4 members that are external currently, including the old timers, and we feel that this independence is going to be really strong moving forward. Now, the only issue we may need to deal with moving forward is that you have 2 old timers who may want to divest soon. So what we feel is that when they are ready to divest, you may need to go get 2 more external consultants. And doing this for the time being, you will be able to better develop your children for succession to take on that board of directors role. But we suggest first that they get some management experience and international experience as well before taking those roles. In terms of key business opportunities, we look at several different factors. First off, management communication, which will be key moving forward. Li, we feel that you will be able to talk with Bonfond and identify all the skill requirements that he requires on his management team. We also suggest a cross-management team within Europe. So we feel that there's a lot of sharing of operational knowledge that can be done by using management from Europe versus management from China. So we feel that by leveraging this opportunity, we can really change our operations for the better. In terms of your businesses, as we mentioned, we feel moving forward that business divestment from your non-core businesses would be a smart move. Your non-core businesses have good value and they're profitable, and it's a really good time to sell. You'll get the most value from them now. With some small changes to these corporations and establishing a self-sustaining management team, they'll be really attractive to investors, and it'll allow you to fund your growth and really align with your vision, with your family's vision of really sharing the silk with the world and sharing China's silk culture with the entire world. Finally, employee communications. Employees are key to your success. And as you have so many employees, you really need to solidify the employee's vision all the way up to the board of directors' vision. And the only way to do this would be to speak with both your employees from France and from China. And we feel that both Li and Bonfond will be optimal for this moving forward because they share very close visions and they're good leaders as well. Also, we'll need to look at implementing training for new operational advancements that we will be taking from France and sharing with the China operational units. So in terms of a cultural blend process, we really need to look at an operational shift. So really stabilizing that production to supply rosier in France, sharing those new types of silk that we're so passionate about and allowing them to expand their product line in the future. And looking at knowledge transfer in China, taking France's techniques and implementing them to get higher quality silks, since that's where the market is currently moving. After that, we're looking at expanding the Phoenix brand in China. So far, there is a huge need for high quality products, and it's on the rise. We need to take this opportunity and expand the Phoenix in-house China brand. And we can use this to test the brand locally before going international. In terms of the Rosier brand, we feel that the Rosier brand you've already pushed this brand far in terms of China, and we feel that the made in France will be a big advantage for you. And finally, we look to expand the Rosier product line using Chinese silks in Europe once your operations are set up to share these silks and they're a little bit more bolstered. In terms of the cost of the action plan, this is scalable in terms of the business aspect. but you're looking at a small investment in year 1 and larger investments over the next 5 years, finishing with international exploration in the 5th year when you have the funds and when you have a good foothold in France and a good culture. So the total cost over 5 years is around 6.6 million, and we feel this is a small investment moving forward, which is always scalable if you see that things are going well in the future. I'll now hand it over to discuss some key financials and projections.
Now, we have to understand that you as a company have been doing extremely well. As I mentioned before, you have strong financials, you have strong family culture, and you also have good product line. But there are some small changes you could do. These marginal gains, I'm talking the gain from knowledge transfer, you could really utilize that and increase your operations efficiency by 1 to 2% over years. And also the investment, you're having a high net income, you're growing profitably, so you can invest in technology, let's say the over 2% or existing investment over a period of 5 years. So really, these are small changes, but the effect we see is you can increase your revenue by 15% over the 5 years, and also your net profit by 10% over 5 years. So this is aggregation of small gains. These small steps will really lead you into setting up your company for international expansion going forward. So as you can see, these are very small gains, but in terms of percentages, you'll be able to reach like 15% in revenues by 2019 and 10% in net profit. So these will really propel you to invest and grow internationally going forward. We really want you to realize the vision and the company's value. So we come back to our recommendation. We want you to ease the family succession with a built-in communication plan, and also have an immediately family meeting. We also want you to focus on business in terms of communicating to your management and also the employees so that they share the same family vision. And you need to also address the small operation and technological items that you can gain from your partnership with the French company. Last but not the least, creation of a cultural blend. We really want you to grow on the history, the 5,000-year history of the Silk Route of China. This is something China was known for. You gave the world silk. So you really need to capitalize on that, on bending that, growing that partnership with the European countries. And this will really help you to set up your company for internalization going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Let me just give you some context. So I just came off a plane. I'm hugely jet lagged, and now I heard a lot of things. I heard succession shift, business vision, cultural blend, and then I had this whole part of M&A and divestment and this percent and that percent and woo. So can you just briefly bring me back to earth and tell me, what do I have to do tomorrow morning? What's the one most important thing that I and the family should focus on? And just repeat the argument of why that one thing would be so important from your point of view.
Thank you for the question. From our point of view is to have the entire family on the same page with the same vision. Because your mother and Hong Yao, you still have some difference in vision, and to communicate with each other to establish the growth for the best of the company going forward.
So that's my Monday morning challenge. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Maybe as a follow-up on that question, you focused on succession and the family, and yet it seemed to be almost a foregone conclusion that this would occur in a very short time. That this alignment and this vision of the family would be able to occur quite quickly. In your illustrations, it appeared that the family and the board are pretty much the same. I wondered if you had any thoughts about board governance being differentiated from family council, family meeting. Can you speak a little more on that division?
Yeah, sure. Board governance is very important, especially for a company that wants to go with an open IPO, which is an option for you. So currently we feel that there is a lot of mix of family and board, But first off, by developing this family meeting, which will be separate from the board, you'll be able to address the family issues and everybody in the family will have a say. Now, in terms of the board governance, we feel that currently you're not in such bad shape because you only have about half of the board right now who is direct connected with the family. You have the 2 old timers as well as the 2 external consultants. If you feel that board governance is important, as we believe it is, what you could do, especially in preparation for an IPO, would be to go get 2 more external consultants and try and get a minimum of 50% or more independence on the board. And this may mean looking for an external chair, but we just don't feel that you're ready yet to change a chair, and we feel that you're doing a fantastic job of being very focused in your efforts. So this would be a good action moving forward.
How do you secure the long-term commitment of Bonafont? Have you thought about that?
Yes, so we feel that Bonafont is a fantastic addition to our company, and we feel that his goal is not so much a monetary goal, but really the vision that we share with him of promoting silk in the world. So we feel that eventually, if he turns out to be as successful as he is in the next couple of years, we should plan to allow him to have some buy-in to the company as well. And we feel that by having this ownership into the company, we can do some share plans where we can give him some of the shares of the company. He'll have more motivation to stay with the company and to grow the vision of the company.
You're obviously experts in succession plans, and that's why we have you here. So my question anyway, is could you expand a little bit on the plan? And one of my concerns is that something we enact in the plan causes somebody like Bonafont to leave the company because they don't like how the succession's going to occur.
Sure. Well, there's several opportunities for succession that would mitigate this risk. First off, we feel that it's important to get international experience because of the vision. So we feel that first off, in terms of ownership succession, we should start with management succession first in giving an international opportunity to the children in the family, and having an education requirement as well as an experience requirement within the company. Now, after this individual is ready to take on a management role, he will be able to get experience there and then move to the board in terms of ownership afterwards. But we'll have to put a clause in there so that you cannot serve on management and ownership at the same time, since good governance calls for not having managers on the board of directors as well. So we feel that mitigation like that would really solidify Bonafont's doubts.
So I'm curious, you made a recommendation for internationalization, and you talked about risks and mitigations when you spoke about that. And there's one thing that you didn't bring up that somewhat concerns me over the very short term, and that is the hiring of Patrick Bonford. He's not from within the company. He's not a family member. He's French. His business approach is very different. His cultural background is very different. What happens, what can be done to avoid conflicts that could come up from just vast differences in backgrounds and operating and because I'm very concerned that that could occur and that could be a huge problem for us.
That isn't for Patrick or for the company? I mean.
For the company, we're relying on Patrick right now.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. Patrick also has this international. When he was the CEO of Hermes, he has the knowledge of silk. He has traveled to countries like India, Brazil, and all the other South African countries. He knows what the silk means. He knows what sells in the market. Also, when he came before to join your company, he came to China. He met the mayor, he met the minister, and he understood what the company's value are and how China envisions itself in the future in this silk industry. So really, we feel that he is ready to take on the challenge. Obviously, there is a cultural difference, but we feel that his partnership with Lee could help him to adjust, and the training and the hand-holding we would be providing him would really help him stay with us and see that the company grows profitably.
Thank you.
Have you thought about the professional future of Wang and Hong Xia when you divest their companies?
Yes, sure. And this has come up in the past as well, I believe. And basically what we feel is that the family is the unity. So they have they have various skills within the opportunity, and they have grown up and they've had all kinds of good training. So we can definitely use them in another place within the company. So we feel that by offering them other positions in the company, by getting their input on where they would like to operate, we'll be able to solve this problem.
Okay, thank you.
You had a slide there on cross-cultural communication, and the overview of the slide was to communicate the vision. And it seemed that you were looking for us as a family, as well as Patrick, to communicate that vision to the greater stakeholders of the company. Can you clarify a little bit more of how you see that communication occurring in the timeline that you laid out?
Thank you very much. In terms of the cross-cultural communication, it would start by having Lee and Patrick come and approach the management board and speak to them. Now we have plans, and these are the plans that were talked about in the family meeting. Afterwards, once the management is on board, to talk to them, we have plans to move the Phoenix as a local brand and to enhance it as a Chinese luxury brand, while the Mark Ronson one would be going into the French made in Chinese brand. To have the management be aware, then to later bring the management forward with Lee and Patrick together to speak to the employees. So this would be a communication plan where we are creating a mix of the French operations and the Chinese operation by mixing employees from both nations.
It assumes that that's our vision as a family.
Yes, in an action plan, we would go forward in this way.
Okay, so maybe last question, because we are about to sign that contract with you. We flew you in. You're obviously the experts. So 20 seconds per person, or maybe 10 seconds per person. It looks like we'll be working with you for the next 3 to 4 years on your timeline. What do you do tomorrow morning if we say no?
We come back, we sit with you, and we'll try to understand what was those small nitty-gritties which you didn't like, which you wanted more explanation from us. We really want to work with you and really want you to see as the best company who can represent China's interest in Europe. We really want you.
Next.
As a Chinese person, I believe that in branding the Chinese heritage is extremely important, and you are the best of the companies to do so. And that is why I would like to fully support you.
Okay, next. And especially, why do you want to work for us? Why?
Yes, because our values, we feel, really align with yours as a cross-cultural team. We feel a connection with your company, and we feel that we will be the best people to push that vision forward and connect with that family vision and the deep heritage that's rooted in the company.
Push or help?
Help.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the presentations for UVM's Global Family Enterprise Case Competition for 2017.
Well done.